I like it. What? I'm just gonna say I can take any art about the artist.
So my
Okay, so you're repeating negatives.
well,
It's not a step of the very few. Because of this lateral movement.
I'm sorry. That's not just-
I think it might be a sense tonight.
Wait.
No, sense. I want to go to which is.
I mean, you guys, because of that, I don't think it is.
Sean. I got. Amy, Neil.
You're not gonna. But. First, like half an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Usually the comment side. Should say what's going on for
We have a signing sheet that you can sign in on. Make an announcement. Actually, we go through this first. For.
That's right. You want me to go there?
Whoa. Say, wow, I needed this.
Like over the.
Drive the camp, but I slapped his thigh and said, "Gee, go." Oh, right.
I mean, it's the only way that you actually have it. Nobody wants that.
I call this meeting to order at 4:03 p.m. Here. Isaac.
Here.
Isaac. Hannah. Here. Caitlin. Here. Asia. Joel. Joel.
Not there.
Javier. Ariana. Ariana here. Ian.
Here.
Ted.
Here.
Megan. Here. Benjamin.
Here.
Berinchi.
Here.
Leon.
Here.
Christopher Blue.
Here.
Aaron.
Here.
Ria. Here. Adrian. Here. Donna. Here. Jason.
Not here.
Jason. Nicholas.
Here.
Kate. Here. Matthew. Here. Daniela. Daniela.
Not here.
Jennifer.
Not here.
I just want to make a quick announcement before we move on. If you are here for budgeter comments, if you haven't already, there is a sign-in sheet on that table over there. So if you are in person, make sure to sign in on that sheet. For budgeters online, we sent out a form for budgeter comments, so please make sure to fill that in. Moving on to approval of minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of January 31st, 2024? Okay,
I moved to approve the minutes of January 21st.
moved by Caitlin, seconded by Berinchi. Are there any objections? Seeing none, moving on to public comments. Are there any public comments that are not budgeter comments?
Should I just do it right here?
Yeah.
Okay, hi, everybody, my name is Lake Benson. A little bit about myself, I went to San Jose City College, where I also participated in the student government there last year. I've since then graduated from San Jose City College and I'm working on transferring to university. But in my meantime, I'm volunteering for a campaign in San Jose for somebody who's running for city council. His name is Angelo Schutte. A little bit about Angelo. He is endorsed by Planned Parenthood. He is a non-corporate politician, so he doesn't take any funds from corporations or businesses. He's endorsed by firefighters. He's also endorsed by the South Bay Progressive Alliance, which endorses candidates who are corporate free. And so I'm trying to go out and find young leaders like yourselves who would also be interested in this kind of leadership opportunity. A couple of benefits from being a part of this campaign is there's a huge networking opportunity, so you get to know people in the campaign, people who consult, as well as other local politicians. There's a huge personal development aspect of being a part of the campaign, so you get to learn all these new skills, going door to door, talking to people around the neighborhood. And then lastly, and most importantly for me, is that you ultimately get to give back to the community, which is pretty much what you guys are doing here for college students. So I have a couple things with me here today. I have a volunteer interest form, and I have some brochures as well. And I'd love to be able to give them out to you guys if that's okay. Yeah, okay.
Are there any other public comments? Ria?
It mentioned that DASG just opened up their application for the senior mentor program. Registration time, the deadline is next Friday. And then mentioned that DASG is also hosting a Valentine's mentor mentee mixer next Wednesday, right before Senate from 1:30 to 3:30. So you can stop by and get free food, and we'll have activities as well.
Are there any other public comments? Matthew?
FIDA is helping sponsor a Know Your March 5th ballot event. Next Monday, February 12th, from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. in conference rooms A and B. There will be presentations about selected ballot measures and candidates and opportunities for a sponsored discussion.
Are there any other public comments?
And then one, if you are here to make a comment about the budget and you haven't already signed in, please come sign in. Only if you're gonna be talking on behalf of the budget. Did we get everybody?
Yeah.
We'll be moving on to budgeter comments. We'll be starting with the order of the sign up from in person and then move on to online budgeter comments. Each program will be limited to 2 minutes maximum. So starting off with the Museum of Art program, could you please help me?
They stand here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stick to my script so I don't go over 2 minutes. Hello, everyone. I'm Diana Arkwright, Director of the UFRAT Museum of Art, which is located just inside the Orange Visual and Performing Arts Center. And I want to thank the Finance Committee for your recommendation of funding for next year and for the important work that you all do as DASG senators. The funds requested are crucial to helping us serve the students in multiple ways, from part-time jobs to outlets for expression and emotions. The fall quarter exhibition Facing Home included a Dia de los Muertos altar installation in collaboration with HEPAS, the Pride Center, and the Dianza Latinx Association. And I hope you can come see the current show, which announcements are being passed around right now, Sacred Terrain. The spring quarter exhibition will be the annual Dianza Student Show. And this is an opportunity for students to present their best work, experience the exhibition process, and view the selected artwork installed professionally in the museum. And I want to conclude by sharing an excerpt from an email sent by a student who participated in her first Thursday open mic. And she said, "I got up and performed. It was the first time I had ever shared with people I didn't know. I know I share in class, but this was a totally different ballgame. I got to the mic and gave a small preface to myself. I spoke the opening line and began to cry. It was like being able to share those emotions just opened the floodgates. Everyone was so understanding and so supportive. It was one of the most incredible things I've ever done. After it was all done, getting to talk to other writers and hear about their backstories and what they were doing when they wrote their pieces was so cool. I've never gotten to hear their side of it before, and getting to hear how my words affected people was like nothing else. I never thought a group of words thrown together by someone as simple as me could have such an impact. Thank you for encouraging us to go. I will definitely be doing this again. So thank you. I wanted to end with the words of a direct student. I think my 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Where's the clipboard? We need the clipboard back, please.
Adriana, did you take the clipboard?
I'm sorry.
Oh, they're signing on that.
Are you the next program? Just wait till we get the clipboard.
Thanks, we said.
Are you also join the school teachers? Yeah, the DMs about these. On February. And then. Okay, the next program will be the student success survey. Would you like, are you?
Yeah.
Yes,
we are. Thank you so much.
Okay, here we go. I'm Diana Alves de Lima, and this is Melissa Aguilar, and we are from the Student Success Center, which many of you know provides tutoring and workshops and lots of student jobs on campus. This year, we are not requesting any money for tutors because last year, such good advocacy on the part of DASG secured for us temporary funding. So we don't need to ask you for money to pay tutors. But we do have another kind of request to continue in the tradition of the close relationship that we have with you and promoting student jobs and student development. So Melissa will tell you about that.
So yeah, we're always scheming on how to reach more students. So because as you know, a lot of the students that participate in our programs have higher success and retention rates. And so we want them to get through, and we're helping them get through. But one kind of group that I was thinking about on campus that doesn't have professional opportunities are students from the creative arts majors. And we have such amazing film, TV, photography, graphics design programs and beyond. And I was like, how do we engage them? So we're always challenged with marketing communications. We thought how cool someone can help us do that work. We did request for 4 positions at about 8 hours a week. We're hoping maybe to pilot a program where we have half funded, and we're going to be reporting out to you how it's going and how it's helping. And long-term, maybe create a goal where there's actually a marketing communications team that's student employment, right? So students are getting professional career-related opportunities on their campus from our amazing programs, and they're able to do them. So I know right now you have some volunteers, but that's per quarter. And so the quality kind of isn't the same when someone's there long-term and can help interconnect many programs. So long-term, we're thinking maybe interconnect the programs more closely with jobs that are out of DASG for marketing communications. So people can put requests and maybe even partner up with the Office of Communications of the college as well. So thank you for your time. We really appreciate all you do. We know it's challenging. And thank you for helping us get funding for our tutors as well for these next 4 years now. It was 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Moving on to the next program, that will be marine biology.
Wow, there's a lot of you. Take one and share every 2 people. Is that okay? And then I'll send another one the other way. So I got pictures for you. Not the greatest quality. Well, they're great, but they're on the website. So there's the link on the pictures. You can see the link which goes to my page. I take pictures. There's hundreds of pictures from the trip that you funded from the trip. So there's just some of them. Share one for every 2. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So yeah, so pictures are going on long, and also a note from one of my students who wanted to thank you, and I'll talk about that in a second. So, okay. So that picture, that's what you fund. You fund the food, you fund the fees for camping at a UC reserve You fund their tents and sleeping bags, so those who don't have one do. You fund all the activities in those pictures that you have in front of you. We go to see the elephant seals. We go on the sandy beach and look at sand crabs and beach hoppers. We go in the rocky intertidal, and people who've never been to these locations get this experience at the Anza. You also fund other things. And by the way, I could not do these trips without you. And I'm a little emotional today because this is my 20th year doing these trips. 20th year. And not only do it just means a lot to me. And to have the support of you guys for so many years, I get emotional. I really do. And you funded me extra because the food costs through the roof, through the frickin' roof. Okay, so that I asked for more than I ever thought I would get, and you agreed to it. And that is so warming to my heart. So grateful. I'm so grateful. And you also fund other things that I may have not talked about before. You fund friendships for me. You fund student learning and maybe finding out what they want to do in life, because that's how I found out what I wanted to do in life. I'm going on one of these trips. You fund connections, you fund community, you fund equity, and you fund beautiful moments that we have together. Students don't pay a dime for this trip, thanks to you. So the food costs, like I mentioned, through the roof, and I really appreciate the extra funding. Your funding does make a difference. I want to read you a few comments from a survey I did after the trip. This last trip was in the fall, and here's some selected comments. My favorite part was being able to stay in a beautiful location next to the ocean. I also enjoyed the time spent in the small towns and the bonding I did with some classmates who I hadn't even exchanged a word with before this trip. The tide pooling was very fun too. And here's another one that's very eloquent. Catching the crabs in the really cold ocean water. We all got to suffer together. Real sense of community, you know? So one student came to me after the trip, and she came to me and she said, Jason, who do I thank for this trip? Who do I thank? And I looked at her and I said, you thank me, darn it. No. I said, you thank your DASG. And as you can see from that picture, they know that you fund this trip. I let them know, I make them know. And they are so appreciative of it. And I want to read the letter that she wrote to the student government. So
Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you so much.
okay. Thank you so much.
Moving on to logo.
Hello, everyone. I'm here. My name is Farida Dada, and I'm the advisor to Lagos News with students here, and also some students on Zoom. We were hoping all of us could be here, but unfortunately we couldn't have this chance. So as a representative for the rest of the team, we have prepared this and I'm reading for you. So hopefully that will do the justice. First of all, thank you so much for all your hard work. We really appreciate all your support. And without you, we couldn't run the student publication. So I'm really happy with this support that we get through you. And I would like to highlight the critical role that journalism plays in fostering media literacy, a skill crucial for both producers and consumers of news. So in an era of rampant misinformation, disinformation, and deepfake, it's imperative that we equip our students with the ability to critically analyze and evaluate the information they encounter. By supporting our journalism program, you are not just investing in the education of journalism majors, but also promoting media literacy for our entire campus community. That's right. Thank you, dear. I'd like to address the importance of funding conferences for our students. Just as sports teams attend competitions to hone their skills and represent our institution, journalism students rely on conferences to sharpen their craft and also network with industry professionals. However, many of our students are not financially privileged and cannot afford to cover these expenses on their own. We are having a conference upcoming in March, and students were saving some money, and each of them take $149 out of their pocket, and still we are very short. Providing funding for conferences ensures that all students, regardless of financial means, have equal access to these valuable opportunities. I respectfully requests an increase in the allocated budget to better meet the needs of our journalism program and our student LWs. This investment not only sustains the quality of our journalism program, but also promotes media literacy and ensures equitable access to professional development opportunities for all students, not just some. Thank you very much for your attention.
Personally, I believe that a community without a
It's also
voice.
for those.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're limited to 2 minutes maximum per program. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Moving on to Vida.
Hello, my name is Matthew Fernandez and I work as an office staff intern for Viva this year. Viva would like to start out by saying thank you to DASG and for the finance recommendation of $8,122 for the 2024-2025 school year, and we hope that this amount passes. We'll use these funds as payroll for our interns. Our interns work in projects surrounding environmental justice, renters' rights, increasing civic engagement and equity, and educational events and projects. Some of the examples of that are the wildflower planting, legislation surrounding renters' rights, and many educational conferences. This funding also allows us to provide valuable work experience for our interns, many of which go on to receive higher schooling and careers in these fields. Finally, this funding allows us to continue the impactful work we do through the 2024-25 school year, helping build a stronger community at De Anza. We want to thank DASG for their support in helping us empower students to become agents of change. Thank you again.
Next program will be De Anza Athletics.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ron Hannon. I serve as the Director of Athletics for your Mountain Lions Athletic Department here on campus. First, I want to say thank you for your generosity over the years. Many years ago, prior to COVID, this body funded and supported our intercollegiate athletic programs in the tune of over $100,000 on an annual basis. And all of those resources went directly to support your peers, student athletes that represent our institution in competition. Over the years, those funds have gotten smaller, and we understand, students have gone away. COVID kind of took some time away from us. But our student athletes are back, and they're back in full force and representing our institution on a daily basis. The funds that we request go directly to support our student athletes in the way of providing meals when we travel and when we compete. And as you all know, being properly fueled to compete is important. And so we want to make sure that our students are fed, they have the fuel and energy that they need that they go out and compete and represent our institution. Some of you might be aware, we have a 2-time defending state champion in our women's badminton program. And we are going for that 3rd championship this season. Season's just getting underway. And we've had a number of other students represent their teams by winning state champions. You all are helping support that work and what they're doing as they represent our institution. If I have any time left, I'd like to yield my time back to Jason because I want to hear more about these trips that he's taking these students on. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much.
Next program will be Mentors at De Anza.
Hi everyone, my name is Rita. I'm the senior mentor of programs, and my name is Maria, and I'm senior mentor of mentorship. So Mentors at De Anza is a peer mentorship program that pairs new students with experience with the goal of fostering the supportive community by providing mentorship opportunities for and interesting resources for other students. During this year, our program helped over 100 of students to easily accommodate the new environment and make the ages of new experience as soft as possible.
Mentors at DASG is not a tutoring center. Service. Instead, mentors create meaningful connections, provide personal, academic, and career development, and help students get involved and succeed in their community college journey. Mentors at DASG was founded under OCL, similar to DASG and ICC, and was our only funding source is coming from DASG, and it is essential in keeping our program going.
Mentors host various events to help connect students to useful resources. Outside of tabling to bring awareness to our program, in the past, we have planned academic workshops and transfer panels to give students academic support and advice. Many students are lost in their first year and struggle to find resources, and we aim to make this an easier process. Additionally, we also host quarterly mixers and social bonding events between our mentors and mentees to help them build connections and overall improve students' college experience.
Our marketing team is dedicated to finding an effective and creative way to reach students so they can benefit from our services and events. We use posters, banners, stickers, and hopefully in the future apparel to bring more awareness to the program and support offered by mentors at DASG. Marketing is crucial to increase awareness of our program and others.
Overall, the Mentors at DASG program is only 3 years old, and we're expanding it every year, which is why we continue to increase our budget. This year, we served around 50 to 60 more mentors and mentees compared to previous years, and our budget is essential in helping us continue to grow. Our goal is to support students in their journey at DASG as easily as possible, and we need our budget to help continue to do this. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to Office of Equity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been doing this a few years and I still get nervous presenting in front of you. Yeah, also the bling bling, right? I'm just here to add 4 monies that will go towards creating some of the cool events that you have witnessed, including Diwali. It's a more recent event, but it's 2-3 years in the making and has created such a beautiful, not just campus pride, but also cultural pride within our students who may be international students, first gen, and a few gen downs, particularly to our South Asian students. Then we also have Kapuso Conference. It's the first time ever we created that event. And that too, just like Diwali, like we see 300 of our students in one moment at one time in a period of 2 to 3 hours. Or the Kapuso, it was like from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So those are the things and events that you get to fund. But more than anything, in regards to our core values, both at the ANSA and as the Office of Equity, is this idea of creating a sense of belonging, creating diversity, intersectionality, and also inclusion, not just in like, let me invite you to the party, but let's make sure that we all work together to keep the party happen, right? The other thing that you all donate to or give to is student interns. This year, I have to humbly say, we only had a little bit of money to have 1 intern, but if we can have more money towards having 3, maybe 5 student interns, we would appreciate it so much because they do give a student lens to our organizing, our coordination, and again, reflective of the core values that we have, including DSG's core values of leadership development. So please consider all that you can. I know that I am competing with wonderful colleagues and the beautiful programs they offer to our students. But if you can do so, when you think about the decision-making and giving to the Office of Equity, you're creating a sense of belonging, not just to show up, but to be part of the decision-making process. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, DASG. My name is Maurice Canyon. I'm the Emoji Council Coordinator here at DASG. I'd like to say thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you for the support in previous years. The funds that you all will give me would definitely go towards my community with me hiring a student intern. This intern has definitely been the backbone to the Emoji program, providing tutoring services, developing leadership skills, and what more better than have a tutor than have it come from someone who's the same age as you. So I'd like to say thank you again for your continuous support with supporting the Emoji community, and I look forward to future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Impact AAPI.
Going.
Okay.
This is so nerve-wracking. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Wang. I am the counselor coordinator for the Impact API program. This program here, we're the only Asian and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander serving, learning community here at De Anza. But then if you think about it too, like our work is very important because almost 40% of our students identify as Asian. And it's just one little program and it's just me who works for it and I love it. It's wonderful and it's very something that I'm passionate about. But the funding that you really help support and you have supported for the past few years are supporting our peer mentors, right? These mentors not only work for our program and gain leadership skills, but they also really help students with what they're struggling with. If they're scared to talk to me, or to talk to someone, they have kind of that person who's been there already. And it's been wonderful. These people are also tutors for our program. And you just really help support their leadership and their growth. Additionally to that, we have requested funding for a student conference before. Has anyone here been to a professional conference before? Like a couple of them? It's pretty cool, right? It's pretty helpful. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of our students don't get to do that. We have a little bit of money and we're only maybe able to send a third of our students. And it's very challenging and very tough because I'd love for all of our students to have the opportunity. So that's what we have requested this year additionally for, and I just want to really thank you again for just not only making an impact, no pun intended, like in my students' lives, but also just in the API community as well. So I just really appreciate it. And yeah, and that's the end of my, thank you.
Next program will be the Puente project. Puente project.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lily Rivera, and I'm representing Puente. The Puente learning community on campus really has three components. So we have counseling, which I'm the counselor for the program, English, which is Christine Chai, and then a mentorship part. And students get paired with a mentor from the San Jose community, and we have different events for them. But DASG funding really goes for the English component of our program. In the past, DASG has funded our student tutors. This year we have 6. So thank you so much for having us the opportunity to have tutors and having them paid. Every student in our Puente program gets tutored by these students. And the other big part that DASG funds is the memoir that we publish. All of our students write memoirs in their English classes with Christine Chai, and then it gets published into the memoir. And then we have like a little circle and they share their stories every year. So we do thank you for that, for funding us. Thank you.
Moving on to ICC.
I've been, my name is Joel King, and I'm the DSG chair of ICC. ICC is basically the backbone of student life and voices on campus. The ICC helps cultivate community and friendships on campus. And our quarterly club day event draws a majority of the end students on campus for a lively event. I would say the best event on the end campus. We're the sister organization for you guys. And we've been working alongside you since 1972, and we serve over 10,000 students. And we hope to basically bring life back to campus since COVID. And to highlight some key aspects of our budget, ICC would really benefit from raising the full amount on the ICC special allocations that can help clubs fund bigger events and better events. And then also moving to food and refreshments. They're greatly critical because we need money to basically give water and beverages for people on club days so they don't pass out. Or when it's cold, so that they can get like warm. But we haven't had enough to do that. So we're honestly lacking in that sense. And we would also like to utilize more talent to grow. Like we had a special DJ, a professional DJ last club day, and we had performances and guest speakers. So I hope the DSG would allow consider allocating a requested amount for technical and professional services. Thank you.
Are there any other budget or comments in person? If not, we'll be moving on to online comments. Starting with flea market.
Hi, my name is Dana Swanson and I'm the flea market coordinator. I want to start off by saying that I appreciate all the hard work reviewing all of our budget requests this year and want you to know I really appreciate your support for the flea market. Although some areas of my budget were cut, I'm not asking for additional money tonight. I can work with the budget that you allocated in this draft. I'm just asking that you please do not cut what is currently proposed. With the funding you have approved, the flea market will continue to advertise and improve the services to vendors and shoppers in order to generate more revenue for DASG. Thank you very much.
Next program will be the Pride Center.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jamie. I'm the coordinator of the Pride Center, pronouns they and she. Again, want to just reiterate thanks for all the work that you do to fund all of these like amazing and important aspects of a campus experience. And just speaking to the work that we do in the Pride Center, we are a in-person student center on campus. Supporting and serving LGBTQ plus students, but also every student at DeAnza through our trainings and events and resources that we offer. We are open Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is one of the most, I would say, accessibly open centers on campus. And last quarter, we had 2,237 recorded visits. And we know not everybody signs in, even though we ask folks to, not everybody does. And so that is an undercount of the amount of folks that we serve just in a given quarter. And we really appreciate the funding that y'all provided this past year, and we were able to hire 2 students to work in the Pride Center to support our daily operations, but also our unique programs and events, and the funding that we applied for next year maintains that funding for student interns and adds to it. Which allows us to expand the types of events and to offer student-led events. So for example, yesterday, 2 of our students led a queer and trans people of color event. So they were able to offer services and hold space and build community for that intersectional identity within the queer community, which we know is really important for belonging and student success, and also just to be able to be in spaces where you can be with folks that share different identities and experiences as you, and get that support in order to be successful in your educational pursuits, but also your pursuits as just a human being. So continued funding and increased funding will allow us to hire more students. We know that there are unique barriers for our LGBTQ plus community to accessing employment, and that could be discrimination, safety issues around being out in the community and spaces, and with issues around gender and sexual diversity. It's not always safe and accessible for folks to find employment. And so being able to be employed at the Pride Center on campus is super important, and being able to build up those skills and to take those on as folks move forward after they leave DeAnza is incredibly valuable. And the county just put out a report recently around the identifying. Oh, go ahead. I'm done. 2 minutes. Cool. I didn't set a timer. I appreciate the accountability.
Thank you, Jamie.
All right. Y'all take care.
Moving on to the mascot program.
Hi. The mascot program is a new program run out of the Office of College Life. It was started with the vision and support of President Holmes and our communications department. This program currently has no budget. The mascot was introduced at the June 2023 graduation ceremony. Based on your initial review of my proposed budget, I am grateful that you see its benefit. The mascot will create school spirit and a positive experience for students beyond the classroom. My vision for the budget requested for the promotional items and food and refreshment was for Rory, our mascot, to have a budget to attend events and give away school swag to our students to engage and interact with Rory. You have approved the first budget for this program for 2024-2025 academic year, which will provide us a way to compensate Rory and his handlers, as well as pay for supplies and cleaning for his uniform. And for that, I am grateful and thankful. I am looking forward to developing this program further and escalating our school spirit. Thank you very much for providing this budget for our mascot program.
Are there any other budget or comments? Being none, we'll be moving on to advisor announcements.
Just quickly, we have dinner coming around 6. We got dinner from Teriyaki Madness, so thank you, Asia, for the recommendation. So we will take a break when the food comes, but it will be a working meeting, meaning we will eat and still continue to meet so that we can get out of here at a decent time. That's it. Oh, and thank you, Lisa, for bringing the snacks. So y'all help yourself to some snacks. She brought some yummy baked chips and then leftover stuff from the finance budget. So those that were part of the budget, the finance budget deliberations, some of the snacks will look familiar to you.
Bennett?
Yes, so, you probably already know, I think I might have announced it, but, the DASG election application deadline was extended 1 week to, this coming Monday, February 12th, by 4 p.m. And it probably will not be extended again. And so we just want to make sure that everyone please help get the word out. Especially in person, that you can go, make a presentation in your classes, ask your instructor and, take a couple minutes at the beginning of the class, let all your classmates know, about the, student elections and that we still have applications until Monday at 4.
Thank you. Maritza or Dana, do you have any advisor announcements?
I just want everybody to know we do have the mini flea market happening on Tuesday, February 13th in the main quad from 11 to 4. And this is just to let people know a little bit about what we have on our regular flea market, which is every first Saturday of the month. Hope you'll come out and support our vendors.
Thank you.
And I just again want to emphasize what Dennis was talking about with the election, to really take every opportunity you have, like classroom presentation, social media. If you know people, you have peers, classmates that are going to be around another year, that you could see them doing, great things in this position, that direct invitation can really mean a lot. So, do use all of those methods of getting the word out. And yeah, ICC, we'll see if we can get some more options for a chairperson. We'd love for ICC meetings to be, utilized for campaigning as well. So definitely make sure that you're working with Joel on that. I think that's it for me. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Moving on to Senate announcements. Asia?
One of the advisors said it, but the mini flea market is happening, so make sure you sign up to help with shifts for that. And then we also have a Valentine's event that's gonna be on the 13th and the 14th, so also sign up for that. We'll send the press.
Senate announcements. Anyone?
Resource fair.
Did you not remember my name?
Resource fair is next week. In the conference room, they'd be, from 12 to 3. Yeah, 15. 15, sorry, Thursday.
Okay. Moving on to, the student trustee announcements. Are there any external shared governance? I think.
So curriculum committee met yesterday. We discussed the workflow started by divisions, which may cause some courses to be dropped in the 2025 to 2026 fall catalog. We discussed Title V changes on academic policy, how CalGETC general pattern will replace CFU and IGETC patterns. Talked about the newly approved associate degree pathways with the ethnic studies added. Talked about newly approved CalGETC patterns, which is 2 E-Write plus a communication, a math and arts, 1 humanities, 2 social and behavior science, 1 physical science, 1 biological science, 1 lab and 1 ethnic studies, with about 45 to 52 quarterly units. Talked about all oral communication classes having the need to resubmit for approval for the new IGETC, new CalGETC, and then talked about the language other than English is not needed for certification, but rather is a UC graduation requirement. Curriculum committee also published their first newsletter, in which during the fall quarter, we have approved a course sunset policy. It will be effective at 2025 to 2026. And those courses which are not offered successfully over a 3-year period will be reviewed and seen. Also talked about proposal forms for new programs / courses, again, becoming effective at 2025 to 2026, as well as some CalGETCs and course numbering changes from the state requirement. And that's it for curriculum.
Any other? Ria.
Guided pathways met yesterday. We discussed new transfer pathways that the school is trying to get approved and implement, and then how villages can help that in the classes. We also discussed plans for the village's anniversary celebration. That's going to be happening on Tuesday the 13th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Each village will be hosting a different activity and giving out free stuff throughout the hours. So it'll start with the business and finance village from 9 to 10. I'll have breakfast burritos and free reusable coffee cups, and they'll move on throughout the day. They also are introducing a world language cafe in the villages 1 week after the anniversary celebration, and they're working with cross-culture coordinators to create a space for students to connect with others who are speaking a different language or learning a new language. And then lastly, they're implementing weekly village hangouts after the celebration. So each village will host a weekly event that'll be happening all quarter.
RAP met yesterday, and then we did a poll for the middle high, so like the next top 5 rankings, or like at least a bucket. And so that's not finalized. We haven't approved that, but we're planning on discussing more next week. And I think it's confirmed that we have at least $900,000 to allocate. So yeah, there was talk about like an additional 400 to 600,000, but that's still being confirmed. But at least we know there's 900,000. So that means that the top 5 that was previously approved, as well as college council and the president are okay with it. Technically, the money is there to allocate for all of those positions for sure. And then it's just the next middle group. We don't know if we're going to be able to cover everything, but it looks like we're going to be able to cover most. So, yeah.
Are there any other shared governance reports? If not, I have one from Academic Senate. They met on Monday. They approved a resolution honoring Jeff Stoudinger, who's the environmental studies faculty. They also had updates regarding their membership drive and curriculum committee updates. They discussed student learning outcomes and their readability, website availability updates, and grading updates. They also discussed Ledger D updates, including discussion and concerns on the board level, mental health priorities and discussion on funds to potentially reduce needed. And they also encouraged, Senate members as well as students to come and advocate for the needs. And the board meeting coming up on the 12th. And finally, they also covered RSI discussions and had updates, including notice of accreditation. Moving on to internal DHG committee report.
We just posted, 4 Instagram posts. There are 3 posts in progress. 2 reels pending. Yeah, and we also have a TikTok, so if any of the senators would like to use the TikTok, it's a long one, but that's.
So the programs committee just met today. And we talked about, or actually we approved our committee code finally for this year. And then we also talked about how the wildflowers planting has started. So every Tuesday from 3 to 5 at a new location, I believe, there will be wildflowers planting. So if you're interested in that, check out the environmental sustainability channel on Discord and for the location. We have to talk about the mini flea market happening next week. We looked over some vendors. And we also talked about potential or in-process events, so a talent show and elections collab with administration. And there's a Valentine's event happening on the 13th and the 14th, and de-stress. And that's
Anna? SRE met today and we discussed, we planned for resource fair, which is August 15th, like Ariana said. But I also want to say, senators, please sign up for shift for the DHG table. We want at least three senators at the table the entire time. And we also discussed a potential plan to work with ICC for promoting the student concern form to clubs.
So, well, you all know, we extended the election application deadline, but we also talked about in-person elections, and then as well as presidential debate elections at the administration committee today. Also discussed about SSC updates and talked about class scheduling and progress.
Or Joel.
So for finance, right? Yes, for finance, we just discussed polishing, like what to improve on for the DASG budget deliberation process now that we're at least done with that committee level. So we found like points that we were kind of interested in maybe reforming, and we kind of broke up into groups to kind of evaluate that, and then we're going to present what we think we can improve on next week.
I think we talked about remote session, there's market especially we get people to apply. And we also talked about moderation for our surgery. Do you have any kind of interns that want stuff to do? Send them my way. I need mods. Thank you.
Moving on to consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve? Yeah.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Ted,
For a second.
moved by Ian, seconded by Ted. Are there any objections? Seeing none, consent calendar is approved. Next item is DHG administration code revisions. We'll be reviewing and discussing the DHG administration code.
Everyone, this is the proposed change for the administration code. amended time. So basically, we're just adding vice chair of administration because every other committee has a vice chair except for administration for some reason. Yeah, that's it. And S in advisors. And then vice chair. And then that's just the duties. We basically just copied it from other vice chairs. And that's it, yeah. So. No motion, so.
Okay, so moving on to the next item, this is the elections code revisions.
Yeah, so similar to administration code, the election code, we just amended it to better fit into the administration committee's.
The new Senate structure.
The new Senate structure. So basically, it's just an administration committee shall act at the capacity of the election committee, basically replacing that committee. And that's about it. Yeah, there's nothing really much, so do you guys have any other questions? No questions? No questions? Okay.
Moving on to next item, this is the DHG budget fund 46. DHG student representation fund. And this will be the first vote, so that or any members in finance will be present.
Don't come up here, I'm gonna talk really slowly, entire meeting. All right, so hi, everyone. Welcome to the Senate budget deliberations for the 2024-2025 DASG budget. So as per the agenda, we're gonna go over and talk about Fund 46, and then after that, we're gonna talk about Fund 31. So the way this is gonna work is, I think, well, Dennis, you wanna go over kind of the process that we're gonna do today?
Yeah, so. So we're start with Fund 46, usually that one much quicker because it's only 2 pages, really. So the DSG operates on a balanced budget, so no money left over and no, nothing over budget either, so no negatives. So, if you go down to the very bottom, you will see that, amount remaining to allocate is, $0. And this total available to allocate $68,423.44 is the same amount that is on the estimated revenue sheet for 24-25. Okay, so during the budget process, the way it always works at the Senate meeting, because this is really the only way. If if you want to add funding to any place, you're gonna have to cut it from somewhere first. Because, once the finance committee went through everything, they had a balanced budget. When the Senate is finished and before it approves it, it also must have a balanced budget. So again, the only way to add anything to anyone, if you want to add anything, is to cut it from somewhere else. So the first part of the budget deliberation process for each fund is we just go around the room. Is there anything anyone wants to cut and how much? So you would just basically state the account or program and a dollar amount. We can go into more details once we get into this actual discussion. So first, all we do is just go around the room. Is there anything you want to cut? We just go down the line. You don't have to say anything. I mean, if you have nothing you want to cut, then you say nothing. We list those items. Usually we'll use the whiteboard or we'll use a document on the screen here. Once all the items are listed, then we take a straw poll for each item. You may vote for as many times as you want, but please make sure you really do want to do that and want to discuss it. And if you have no interest in actually doing that or whatever, then you don't raise your hand. So the next step, which is going to go around, who wants to cut this amount or any amount? The amount doesn't necessarily matter because it could change during discussion anyway. But who wants to cut from this program? We count the number of hands that are raised. Then we go down the list who wants to cut from program B. Count the number of hands raised. Then we sort them. The greater number of votes, the higher on the list. If 10 people want to talk about cutting one of the programs, that one will get discussed, before other programs that have fewer number of people that wanted to discuss cutting it. Just because it gets on the list and just because it gets, a certain number of votes does not mean it's actually going to pass. It still needs debate, it still needs a motion, it still needs a dollar amount to go with that motion, and it needs to pass. All motions and so on during budget deliberations, this includes amendments and the final vote, requires a 2/3 vote. So if we actually need to vote at any point, like let's say, there's a motion and the chair, Lydia or Izad, whoever's sharing at that moment, says, okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded, okay, are there any objections? If there's no objections, it passes, we're done with that item. If there's any objections, we have to do a vote, roll call, and then it must be 2/3 in favor to pass. Once we're through with the cuts, if anything gets cut, we see how much has been cut. So we cut 100 from this program, 200 from this program, 50 from this program, whatever. We add all that up. If anything did get cut and there is now available to allocate, we go through the same process, but this time for additions. We go down the line, everybody gets asked, is there anything you want to add to, any account or program? People just state the name of the program or account and a dollar amount. We write those on the board. We take a straw poll. Who wants to add funds to program A? Raise of hands. We count the number of hands. Who wants to fund or add funds to program B? Raise hands, count the number of hands, and so on. The greater number of votes is higher on the list for discussion. Again, no guarantees anything's going to actually happen, but that is the order we will go in for that discussion. That's kind of how we will end up ranking it. If 0 people raise their hands for a particular item, for whatever reason, somebody must have put it on the board, so there'll be at least one probably. But that will get discussed last, or if it's 0, let's say the person changed their mind after saying it, then it won't get discussed at all. But again, that's just for discussion purposes. Everything still has to have a motion and all that and pass with 2/3. After all that is done, so we do all cuts first, then all additions first. See if we're balanced. If we're still not balanced, if we still have money left over, or we're in the negative, we have to adjust for that. Once we are down to a balanced budget again, then we need a motion to approve the full budget for that fund. So the last thing would be for this business item. I move to approve the 2024-2025 DASG budget for Fund 46 as amended, because of all the different changes. Then, because this is for the annual budget, then we have to do a roll call vote for that. We can't just do other objections. We have to be a bit more formal for approving the annual budget. So once that happens today, that's the first vote. Same process will happen for Fund 41. If we don't finish today, I'll go into the details of what happens then. But the next meeting, after we've done both first votes, we have to have a second vote. It needs 2 votes to confirm and pass. If there are no changes next week or next meeting for the second vote, that's it, we're done. If any changes are made again at the next meeting, it's now a new first vote and we still need another meeting again for the second. So basically the same budget as is needs 2 confirming votes.
Dennis, do we have to kind of go over the programs again one by one, and we just ask if there are any kind of.
Well, in the case of Fund 46, it's pretty simple. With Fund 41, we would probably just go one page at a time, just, show the screen. And say, is there anything on this page that anyone wants to cut? I guess that's the easier way to do it, instead of just going down the line. And then we move on to the next page. So for Fund 46, well, it's pretty much just one page anyway. So are there any Fund 46 accounts that anyone wants to cut any amount from? So we have FACC Advocacy and Policy Conference, FAPAC Internship Program, Public Policy School, and VITA. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's variants as well, but you kind of have to have something in there. It's only $100 anyway, so there are 4 accounts. Does anyone want to cut any amount from any of those 4 accounts in Fund 46? Okay, well, Fund 46 is almost done then. If there are no cuts, we just need a motion to approve Fund 46. What I said earlier, the 24, 25, Fund 40, these sheets are Fund 40.
Yes, I
move to approve 2024 to 2025 Fund 46 budget. Is that right?
Yeah, or 146 DASG.
So moved by Isaac, seconded by Joel. Are there any objections?
We have that.
Oh, well,
We have to be a little more formal than the annual budget. Okay. So once Malia is ready.
Okay, I'm gonna start. We say yes. Lydia, yes. Isaac.
Yes.
Lida.
Yes.
Hannah. Yeah. Caitlin.
Yes.
Asia.
Yes.
Joel. Ariana.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Ted.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
No? Oh, yeah. Benjamin.
Yes.
Valentina.
Yes.
Leandre.
Yes.
Christopher Bloom.
Yeah. Yes.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Ria.
Yes.
Adrian.
Yes.
Donna. Donna.
Janice.
You want me to come back? Oh, you need to come back. No, come back, yeah. Nicholas.
Yes.
Kate.
Yes.
Matthew.
Yeah.
So we're just doing.
Unanimous. Fund 46, first vote is passed. No changes, which is not unexpected if you're especially. Fund 41, same thing, we'll go through one page at a time. Ask if there are any programs anyone, or does anyone want to make cuts to any of the accounts on this page? You would, say the account and the dollar amount, we would just write that down. Maybe create a Microsoft Word doc or something, it says your listings, or maybe no. do Excel, that way it'll be easier to sort later. So, it'll be like an account name column, dollar amount column, and then number of those.
Oh, like a new Excel?
Yeah, just for the rank, so that we can look at this back. That's, so we'll go through one page at a time. Like I described earlier, once we've gone through all the pages, we'll just, do the vote and, discuss them in the rank order. One thing to keep in mind for this particular year, which might make things easier, there is a ton of money in special allocation, so if you do want to cut, 1,000 here and there to add, 1,000 to an account, you may just take it from there and not cut anything out this year at least. Still one caveat to that, I wouldn't allocate all of that. You're not necessarily going to be able to have that much money in future years, which is just because of COVID and relief funds and all that. But also one other thing, for me to look up, I just calculated it on see what it was. Unfortunately, College Council is not meeting until the 15th, and hopefully this will be on the agenda for that meeting. But most likely, from what we've seen so far, the college is going to take back funding responsibility for one of the student activities coordinators. If that does pass, we'll actually have an additional $139,730 to add to special allocation. So again, you may not have anything you want to cut until we get to the special allocation page, and that's only if you want to add something to some account. Okay.
Okay, so I guess we can get started with we'll go by this like page by page. And then I'll just read off the names of the programs and the amounts and yeah.
Can you go to each page? It's not on the details. Could you start starting from this program, ending at this program?
Sorry?
So you're like, just say the page starts with this, ends with this.
Oh, okay.
It just makes it a little bit.
Sure. So the first page starts with DASG Budget Committee.
Well, the first account that actually
it's
I think it's
the
oh
yeah.
Leadership recognition.
The first account is the student leadership recognition, and the last one is
DASG.
DSG Senate and Committee Operations. The rest are all zero.
Yeah. Yeah, DASG Senate and Committee Operations, right? Right. Okay, so it really starts from student leadership recognition and then DASG Senate and Committee Operations, because there are some accounts here, like, for example, the committee accounts, but those are at zero now, right? Because we're not using them anymore. So yeah. So starting from DSG leadership recognition, and then DSG ICC mentors scholarships. And then that's followed by student leadership training, and then the DSG Senate and Committee Operations. Oh, and yeah, that's it. Any cuts from there? Going around the room, anyone?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
So the scholarship, that's the one that provides us with our stipend, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's not called that, but yeah, that is the DSG, and then starting next year, ITC and mentors at the end, so that's student leaders scholarship. So this is separate from the scholarships for general students. That's a different account and another page.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the one for specifically for the DSG senators, ICT officers, and mentors.
Yeah. General rule of thumb when we're talking about scholarships, if it starts with leadership scholarships, that's the one you're getting paid with, right? Leadership scholarships. Yeah. And then if it says
the students leaders.
Yeah.
Not leaders.
Oh yeah, just leaders
Could be different. Because DSG could offer a student leadership scholarship.
Right.
For student leaders on campus.
Yeah, and I believe the more general one is just called DSG scholarships, right?
Yeah, that's the name of the.
So there's just a avoid confusion there. Okay, so seems like there are no cuts. Moving on to the next page.
Looks like it's just seesaw and SS triple C general assembly. Just so you, just a reminder, it says 0 in the 22-23 and 23-24 columns, that just because they were funded in Fund 46, not Fund 41 the last 2 years. But under the notes column at the very end, it does say what they were funded this year.
So in the second page, are there any cuts to any of these items? There's only 2 items with this page. Going around the room. No, no cuts, going once, going twice. Okay, moving on to the third page. So this one will have accounts office staff. And then it ends with, well, there's variance.
I would just staff the account commission. Just maybe easier now.
You would just let.
Just list the account. Just so you'll go from.
Okay. So accounts office staff, accounts office supplies, accounts office system, accounts office short over. It's just, okay. Bank, credit card fees, coffee machine, college life office staff. And then uncollectible return check fees and variance. Are there any cuts here? Yes.
I have a question for the accounts above. For the committees that are not functioning anymore, for example, SSF and DAD, are these accounts gonna be closed?
Eventually, yeah, they, all accounts, doesn't matter if it's DSG or whatever, but until there's zeros in all the columns, they stay on the spreadsheet. Once all the columns say 0, then I delete them. Like, some of the other columns, or some of the other accounts, like Creative Arts hasn't got funding for a couple of years and hasn't even reflected it. They were on there last year, but this year, because all the columns are 0, it's been deleted.
Okay.
So eventually they'll be removed once it's all zeros.
Okay, and where is SRE?
It's the DSG, Senate, and Committee Operations account.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, why is in 4010?
Which
bro, really, just the title, account office short slash over.
Okay.
How did they get 25% in 2022, 2023?
Well,
I'm just curious. Lisa, yeah.
Okay, so I have to record things properly in our accounting system, right? So if we make an error, that's what occurred in that case. We overcharged, I think, by 25 cents on a movie ticket or something, but we had to record it properly. Okay, so that 25 cents had to be recorded in that account.
Okay,
That's it.
all right, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Are you happy, Isaac? Are you satisfied? All right, any cuts to page 3?
I have a question, for Marisa's position, since the college council meeting is after the vote, what is going to happen for that?
College council meeting until the 15th, after next week.
Yeah, I think we have to treat it as if we don't have the money right now, and as soon as the money comes, it will just, because it might take some time. I'm not exactly sure when the college is gonna give us the money to, pay the salary, so I think we just treat it as if we don't have the money right now.
I mean, if it gets approved and finalized after the budget is approved, you know, in the beginning of next year, we'll just move the money into special allocations.
So then you'll just have a lot more money.
Can I just say that the technical aspects of that would be a budget transfer from the
Yeah.
college line staff account into special allocation. Okay.
Okay, are there any questions or cuts to this page before I move on? Going once, going twice, okay. Moving on. Page 4, so this is ITC. It's just all ITC basically. there's their events awards, their allocations for new clubs, and then their special allocations. But yeah, it's ICC. Any cuts? Any cuts to the inner club council? I'm on page 4. Is that hand?
No.
You know what? Alright,
Should we?
going once.
I think that's.
No, I just wanna ask Joel, what's his opinion on licensing funding?
Well, right now, we're just discussing that, so that you guys are paying out.
I don't know.
Wait, so like.
Is it too much? Is it too much?
Wait, so does the cut mean like the cut from the finance recommendation or the cut from like the?
Finance recommendation.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, which will become the Senate approved amount.
Is it too much?
So why would I cut the finance recommendation? Let me recommend. You want to know. It's cool, it's cool. I think that's fair.
You can even.
Hey. Wait, no, okay, so no cuts? All right, moving on, page 5. DSG programs and services, so movie tickets, DSG bike programs, DSG course production, DSG scholarships, so this is the general scholarships that we give out. DSG flea market, legal advice, mascot program, and yeah. So take a, well, I guess I have to show everything here, but
Yeah, this is all available online and both on the agenda page and on the budget page. If you want to look at it.
yeah, so any questions or cuts for this page? So these are the DSG programs. Things, yeah, and services, things provided by DSG, essentially, or ran by DSG. These are still internal stuff. No? Going once. Going twice. All right, moving on to the next page then. Page 6 is campus events and services. So now we're starting to get into the external programs. All right, so start.
Sorry, I forgot to delete on campus.
Okay.
Sorry, Hannah.
So starting out, we have college life programming. Oh, our own campus is 0. The Euphrates Museum of Art. Okay, not here. Okay, not that either. Guided pathways, Office of Equity, HEPAS, and homecoming events. So that's the page. Are there any questions or cuts on this page? Yes.
I have a question, not a cut. For the Office of Equity, was there any particular reason to only grant 5,000 for the payroll?
This is the one that we do this year. Yeah, this year. Yeah. Okay, so I think when we decide for payroll, it's kind of important to not get kind of wrapped up in the, oh, let's say, for example, if we allocate this much, are we paying for 1 student or 2 students, or are we paying for a number of hours or whatever? Because at the end of the day, we're giving them money. How they decide to kind of like use that in terms of hours or number of students is up to them. The way we try to rationalize the amount for payroll is, well, first of all, we take a look at like what we paid for last year, and then we kind of consider, okay, like how much did we give, and then we also see how much they spent as well. There aren't any like special notes for Office of Equity But the general rule of thumb is we allocated around like between 5,000 to 10,000 for most programs for student payroll. That's just the amount that historically we give out. So we gave out 5,000 this year as well. We did give a lot more to other areas, but specifically for student payroll, that was just the amount that it was just in the range that we give out. So yeah, like oftentimes a lot of these programs will ask for like 20,000 for payroll, and it's like if we just give 20,000 for payroll for every single program, like that's a lot of money. So yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or cuts? Yes.
I have a question. For homecoming, we know that the president matched whatever we were putting in. Do we know if he's gonna do that again next year?
We have no confirmation on that. So technically, homecoming's total, from what I heard, homecoming's total amount that they had this year was 20,000. So it's like 10,000 from DSG special allocations, then matched by the president 10,000. So that's why they're asking for 15,000 next year. So this is assuming president doesn't.
But not guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Yeah, we have
yet
no idea.
if we'll be funding from outside or not. That was just, the first year.
Yeah, so this amount, I guess, is with the assumption that there's no additional.
Okay.
Right. Any cuts? Okay, moving on to page 7. All right. We got, so basically from here on out, up until the bottom, basically external programs and then special allocations. So honors program, impact AATI, LAVOS, lead program, and not library this year, math performance success program, mentors at Dianza, not outreach, Pride Center, and the Puente project. So any questions or cuts? I'll give it like a few minutes.
So I guess, why are we funding LAVOS like nothing for student payroll at this point?
Okay. Those student payroll.
DSG has never funded student payroll for LAVOS. So I guess this would technically be a new thing for them.
I remember, from our discussion before, we decided that because they earn college credits for this and it's transferable to CSU, I believe, we shouldn't fund, it shouldn't be paid and also they earn college credit.
Yes.
Is there like a formal like rule against that? Like if you're getting like college credits or something that like you can get paid, it's counted as payroll or a job? I'm just wondering.
I don't know specifically.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any proposed cuts? At least for this page, on this page. Yes,
Can I ask about the lead program, because they asked for like 36,000. And like, just as an example, I'm like comparing the impact KPI, who asked for 22.
okay, well, so first of all, one thing I want to remind everyone is that we don't compare really like programs with other programs. Like we try our best at least to like treat them all in a vacuum, right? Because like we go down and we try to evaluate it and just go like, oh, okay. Obviously, it's like some of these programs are kind of similar, so then it's like, you'd expect that they would be like around in the same range, maybe if they're of like similar size, similar. Like, in terms of mission, things like that, but we do try our best to evaluate it one by one. And then we have the specifics for lead actually specifics.
No, but basically like. We each, like learning communities, they asked for student payroll. But like for some of them, we're like, do they actually really need them and stuff like that? But then we kind of looked at each and different learning communities and we see that this one is funded more, this one is funded less. And we were like, what makes this learning community deserves more than this learning community? And we can't exactly fund them all full price. We're trying to keep it at the same level.
Let me look at this specifically, because I know that for some of them, it also dependent on how much they spend. No, this one doesn't have that. Okay. So. Oh, yeah.
I just want to comment on what the program, Umoja had asked for conference and travel, right? But you funded them for some conference and travel. This other program didn't have that on the request.
But
I think their
she's
payroll.
asking about why impact KPI and lead, which are similar.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Umoja.
No, I think it was impact, right? Yeah, impact the API and lead, why impact got so much more?
Didn't they also ask for conference and travel?
Impact. Those is yes, but lead did not. No, and then let's see, so the payroll part, what? Well, impact did get 10,000 versus 8,000 per lead, so I guess that part of it is the question, why is the student payroll different? So the rest, there may be a specific reason why is student payroll only 8 for lead and 10 for impact. First the question.
Yeah, me.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to add something. I believe we funded Impact API more because they were running low on funds this year. That was the reason why.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, if you do want to make the comparison, actually impact the API. So another consideration, I think especially for payroll, is that for payroll, we can track the amount that they use specifically for like this fall. So if we allocated like a certain amount and we see like, oh, okay, like they're running low, then we know they're actually using it. Therefore, it's like, oh, okay, that makes more sense if we extrapolate that they would need more. So that's cool. I guess that's why impact API is got more for student care.
And can I move to cut honors program payroll, because they don't do anything, from 5,700 to like maybe more aligned with 2022 to 2023 budget, which is $2,500.
So we're not making a motion right now, but so you want to. So one of the accounts you want to discuss cutting is honors by how much?
Maybe like half to 2,500 as what the budget was in 2022 to 2023.
Yeah, that would go on the list of things to potentially. Yeah, we're not, and then doing the actual discussion right now, but he is suggesting that's one of them. So it would be honors and was it payroll, it was all amounts to right now.
Do I include the dollar amount that I did suggest cutting as well? or-
Okay, let's not discuss about the dollar amount.
Oh,
like
just honors program, yeah.
Okay, so just say honors. Usually we would, but I guess we don't necessarily have to.
Okay.
If you wanted to put a dollar amount, he's, so far at least, he suggested 32.
And then do I tally like the?
No. We keep going through the rest of the document.
Okay.
When we get to the end, then we have.
Here's that, okay. Any other proposed cuts or questions? So.
I have a question about like what you said about payroll, because you said you can track like how much they actually spend.
Yes.
And the impact was running low.
Yes.
Is that just like the like the row, the columns that say like actual spent versus.
Well, no, that's this year. This year, we would actually have to look at the accounting system. Lisa's got her hands up.
Yeah, so there are account reports available on the website. You can actually see if you go to that account, how much they've spent through December payroll.
That's spent so far.
Yeah, and that is one account that I've had to contact the budgeter and administrator and let them know they need to make a plan to move some of those employees out because they're running out of money. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just moving forward, now that I think about it, I do remember the general way we evaluated student payroll was we looked at the amount that they asked for, the amount that they currently have, and then the amount that they already spent in fall. And then we kind of like gauged it from there. So that's kind of how we, that's how we did approach our decision-making process for student payroll. For the most part. Okay, so are there any more cuts going once, twice? Oh,
Is the going once, going twice also for page 8? Or just?
that's for page 7, right? The honors. Is the one with honors program, impact API lead.
Honors on page 6, so but.
Oh, really? It says 7.
So I don't know, well, no, we did, so 6 or 7, I think is where we are, right?
Okay, we're at 7, well, according to this on one, right? Yeah.
So I guess we have, so yeah, we're still on 7, anything on 7?
Yeah, oh, yes.
So it's not a cut, it's more like a question or comment. But how come like Puente has less funding than like API, Moja, Pride Center, like pretty much all of them? Puente has like the least by like $4,000 at least.
Okay. So for Puente specifically, so we do have a note on that. It's because they are, compared to the other groups similar to them, they have other sources of funding. And can you read the last part?
The success that we see in regards of the budget that they have right now, they are managing with the amount that they have this year.
Yeah,
and if you look at the end of year unspent, so that's the column G, if you're looking at it in Excel. Last year they had 7,000 in their budget, but only used about 3,000 and still had 4,000 left at the end of the year.
Oh, I have a question. So how can you see the unspent amount? Does it get carried forward or? do you take it back?
So that's part of what makes up the estimated revenue spreadsheet for next year. So anything that was unspent in 2022, 2023 is, we don't know what that amount is going to be until the end of July. So once it's all figured out, that gets set aside and that gets added to what's potentially available for 2024, 2025. So whatever was unspent last year isn't available this year, but is part of what we're allocating now for next year. And then what gets unspent this year, once we know what that amount is, gets set aside for next year's budget process for 2025, 2026.
So it's basically carried forward, right?
Yeah, not the same account and not the next year, but the year after.
Okay.
yes.
I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but is it I think all the programs off, or how does that, I don't know if I heard it correctly.
Sorry.
No, nobody suggested that.
No, it's sorry.
There was a suggestion to talk about honors, but
Oh,
it was
yeah.
just thrown up on the board so far. I'm still going through the list.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll ask again, are there any more questions? Or
7.
cuts? For 7, still on 7, by the way, because yeah, we had some questions right before I moved on. So any more questions?
What was finance's thought process when giving their recommendation to these programs? Was it based on their student payroll? Was it based on how much they spent last year? Was it based on outsourced funding? How did that go?
You're asking our thought process on determining these amounts, or?
Yeah.
It's all of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they try to look at everything they can.
Yeah.
You know, what they used this year, what they used last year, you know, how it looks, what their other funding sources, all of it.
EJ?
So my question is about, like the math performance success program, where at their end of the year, they had 0 unspent from what we've given them, and we're giving them this year like a fraction of what we gave them last year. And like a very small amount compared to what they requested, when pretty much the only thing that they've got is student payroll. Like, is there any justification for that specifically?
Yeah, so basically the way, so this goes back to the whole essential services thing and kind of like the whole conversation about what DASG should be funding. And so before we kind of tackle, especially when we deal with the external programs, the main thing that we kind of think about is what we're being asked to fund essential to the college, or is it something that the college, let's say, should be funding or not? Like, let's say, for example, well, actually, I don't want to get into a specific example yet. So yeah, for math performance success program, at least finance, like as a committee, talked about it, and we decided that, hey, we feel like this is an essential service, right? This is pretty important. This is something that we feel like the college should be funding. And that's like year on year, that's how finance has felt. And that's why you see the decrease, the steady decrease, right? So I think I'll go to Matthew first.
Oh, yeah, just a follow-up question on that. So if finance like deems it that this is like an essential college program, the college should pay for it. If we don't give them the money, does that mean the college pays for it, or is that up in the air?
It's a multiple step process, like tutorial services or student success center last year. You know, the DASG worked with the college, expressed, you know, what their feelings were on the subject. And so on, and worked with college and advocated for the college to fund that. And the college did go out there and find, at least for 5 years, 200,000 a year, if I remember right. And then, you know, that process will continue, and hopefully they will keep working, getting either more grants or finding other ways to support it. But for a very long time, the college, at least on some programs, has cited sort of, well, no, the college really has just said, well, you know, we'll just get DASG paid for it, we don't have to. Even though it really is something they should be paying for. There's really associated student body fund is supposed to be for, you know, extracurricular / co-curricular, you know, things that are not necessarily, should already be any. And so it would involve some more work if, you know, if this passes as is. The Senate could change it, at least a little if they wanted to. But it does also include working and advocating for the college to find funding for it.
Right, yeah, and I just want to add on to that, like, well, at least from when I've been in finance, it's not the case where we're just kind of like, oh, we feel like the college should pay for this, it's not our responsibility, like, go find your money somewhere else, and we just don't do anything about it, right? At least with, like, let's say student success center, like, we understood the value in SSC, and we actually worked pretty hard to, you know, get like, you know, to advocate for them, right? Like, I did multiple presentations. We like pulled the president and what was it, Rob Ham, like a lot of administration and we did like presentations. Then we did presentations and wrap, like, you know, it's a lot of work, but you know, that's what we do. That's what we felt like was a better option than just sitting in the budget deliberations and just going like, oh, let's just fund them $50,000. Right, and now Student Success Center is like pretty well off for the next 5 years. So, Adrian.
So what would, like, how are you differentiating like something like the MPS from something like Lead or Mojo or Quentin? It's like they're all student payroll, right? They all could be deemed as essential. Like they're all providing assistance to students in their learning journeys. So why are we deciding that NPS is so essential that we're not going to fund it anymore when we are still going to fund these other groups? Like you could argue that all of these are essential, but how do you make that distinction? Where do you draw the line?
Didn't you want to say?
Well, if you've got something, go ahead.
Okay. All right,
And then there's a hand over there as well from
okay, all right, I'll speak to this first. So Yeah, that's a good question. So I think the best example to for this is, let's say, tutoring, student success center last year, right? Where it was a case of, okay, we can agree that tutoring services in De Anza is really important. And then it also depends on what specifically they're asking for. So they weren't just asking for funding for the student success center, but they were asking specifically for funding for tutors. So if you don't have tutors, you don't have a tutoring center, right? And so the entire program just kind of collapses. So basically it was kind of like if DASG didn't help, De Anza didn't have a tutoring like service, right? And so that's kind of how we deemed it like, oh, okay, like this is kind of like super important. Or like, let's say this is essential, right? Another topic of conversation is kind of like, if De Anza did not have this, like even if it's not like a program collapsing thing, if De Anza did not have this, like, is that okay, right? Like, for example, I know it was a big topic of discussion last year where like the transfer center like asked for like funds, and the transfer center is really important. But then it was like De Anza College that like markets everywhere that their tops and transfers is like asking student government to fund their transfer program. Like it didn't really make sense, right? So these are the kind of conversations that we have when determining like whether something is essential or not. And it's not like we're saying that, oh, let's say the Puente project isn't essential and therefore we're funding them. But what we're trying to fund for at least like what DASG should be funding is co-curricular activities, right? Things that would enhance the student experience. But if it didn't exist on De Anza, it wouldn't be like, oh, like that's crazy. If De Anza didn't have tutoring, I'd be like, whoa, that's crazy, right? So that's kind of how we decide. It is kind of subjective, but you know, we try our best.
A large part of the reason why we chose not to fund MPS as much is because, excuse me, it's because MPS is actually a class which students can take to get actual credits. So therefore, it is an official part of the college and within the college's jurisdiction to fund. Yeah, that's it.
But the money isn't going to people taking the class, it's going to tutors who are getting paid to tutor. It's just their tutoring is, instead of tutoring in like specific hours on a schedule, they're like, I have to come in for the last hour of the class to act as tutors. It's not like tutors that are getting credit, it's tutors that are being paid to do their job, and that's what MPS is asking for. It's for money for those tutors to be doing their jobs. Where their job is taking place is like, it's taking place within this program. And the program is giving people assistance with their math classes. So
It was, I think part of it is that it was, again, like the Student Success Center, it was for academic tutoring. It may be for a specific subset of students, but it was academic tutoring. And, you know, it was kind of, again, it's not something you should do and just drop. They should advocate for, you know, getting more money for it. But the question of whether this is the DASG's responsibility or not, is for, you know, we're the debate. You know, it can be argued, you can decide to put it more, you know, when we get to that point. But that's kind of where the discussion was. And then about to, you know, pointing at the others, it was more about, you know, anyone outside saying a college without a tutorial center doesn't make sense. But we all think Prime Center and Puente and all those programs are important. But a person outside wouldn't necessarily, you know, it wouldn't necessarily raise eyebrows because, you know, there is no Prime Center or Puente or whatever. Yeah. But that would raise eyebrows or something like this. I mean, it is debatable, it's, you know, some of it's subjective, but we kind of have to think about it. One thing I did also want to state is that, and this is going to come up in a few years. I know Foothill is also discussing this as well, but I just don't know if it's going to be possible. One thing that keeps coming up, especially the last few years, is COLA, cost of living adjustments. And then the state may give most COLAs from year to year, not necessarily every year, but it has for the past few at least. And some of that COLA does get translated into increases in at least permanent staff that way, so classified staff, faculty, and administrators. DSG doesn't have that. They don't get funding from the state. If the state increases funding for the college, it doesn't equate to increases in funding for DSG. It's all student enrollment based. So, you know, we do also have to think long term. Can we continue, especially if the college is going to ask us to fund some things, some classified payroll, the way we have been, or do we have to really think about how we can make our budget continue when it's not going up? We're trying to make changes, we're trying to make improvements, especially with the flea market. But for the DASG fee, it's strictly tied to enrollment. And unless the DSG fee goes up or enrollment goes up, that's not going to change. So we have to be cognizant of that.
Right, so so we're still on page 7, so. Any questions or comments before I move? Oh, yes, Janet.
About MPS, you mentioned that, the SSC, like, I guess like DSU advocated a lot to like get the college to pay for that. Is there a plan for like this year for MPS, like their demands, like how we can advocate for that?
I mean,
Or just repeat.
considering that we just kind of ended finance budget deliberations and we're currently in Senate budget deliberations, there are no current plans. Usually that's something that we would handle after deliberation. Yeah. All right, if there are no more questions,
I would say, or at least begin the process with, you know, like, Lydia would bring it up at college council, for example, you know, at the next meeting, for example.
Right.
Well, I would go to that.
that sounds like a good idea. So if there are no more questions or proposed cuts, I'll move on to the next page. So page 8, we have Umoja, the Student Computer Donation Program, no textbook program this year. And then Tutorial and Academic Skills Center, so that's Student Success Center, and Veterans Program.
Any questions or cuts?
Yeah.
From page 8.
Yeah, all right, well, hurry on.
I guess for me, I think it would, I think we should be contributing more to student payroll in Moja. Just because, this is a specific community that does benefit more from like internships and stuff like that. That can be more.
That's,
Well, that would come in the,
yes,
adding.
Yeah.
discussion. So, yeah.
Janet.
Well, I was wondering why, like, for Emoja, the conference and the travel got cut, like, in half, I think, from what they asked for. And like, also comparing it to what we mentioned earlier, the impact was asked for like 6,000 for conference and people. And I don't know if I read it correctly, but it looks like they received the full. So I was wondering like what the difference is.
You wanna say this one? Okay, sure. It's like hot potato. So we just based it off of like the previous amount. So we saw that there was an increase in the requests. Well, again, like we try our best not to kind of like look across other programs, so we kind of just like see it as is. And from this spreadsheet, we just saw that there was a big increase in the domestic conference and travel. Was it only one conference or two? Okay, so there are two, so they asked for 2 conferences. And so we thought, okay, if they have 8,000 and that's for 2 conferences, then we give them one, it's like 4,000.
Yeah, well, part of it, I think, if you look at last year, they had last year 4,000, but they ended up not using any of it.
Okay, then there's that.
So I think it was kind of a, well, okay, they didn't use any last year, they've got 3 this year, it's giving them a little more than 3 this year. Hopefully, they will actually end up using them all. And then, you know, maybe next year we will end up giving them a little.
Yeah. Another thing with conferences, specifically domestic, yeah, specifically for conferences and travel is that they always have the option to request from special allocations. So that was also a thought as well. Yes.
I just wanted to confirm for the Youth Success Center, we're not giving them any money because they have funding from another course now, right?
And also because of the nature of what they're asking for. So they asked for, they're not asking for tutors anymore, but they are asking for an administrative assistant, I believe. And they mentioned like, I think it was in the presentation earlier where it was like someone to help with like marketing. But then we also talked about like, wait, DASG literally like hosts and help other programs market. So it's like, you know, do they really need that? Right. So that's why, that was the rationale. Yeah, good question. Are there any other questions or proposed cuts? No. All right, if not, then moving on to page 9. We have athletic away games, marine biology, no, not that. Yes.
Before we, since we're just finished the campus events and services. Hold on. Maritza just excellent. Is there anyone in the waiting room? Check.
No.
Okay, well, apparently Hefus wasn't able to make it earlier, so they just want to be able to come in to make their 2 minutes. So yeah, when they come, we'll see where we are and if they can just take 30 to let them speak. But it is a public meeting.
Okay,
They should be able to.
so we just continue.
Yeah, just continue.
All right, so we're on page 9 now. So again, that's athletic away games, marine biology. No. Right, marine biology, red wheelbarrow, and cross cultural partnerships, and yeah, that's it for this page. Questions, post cuts, yes, Matthew.
Why was cross-cultural partnerships, I see the finance recommendation is 0, even though they've been on the flat?
Which one?
Cross-cultural partnerships, 0.
Because historically, they never used the money for anything.
Oh, well, last few years at least.
Pretty sure we checked like the periods before this. Before 2022 and 2023, and they also haven't used the money at all.
You give a description of what cross-cultural partnership is, or?
Yeah, so they're a program that matches students of different cultures together.
Right, mostly it's about language mostly.
Yeah,
but,
language.
So basically pairs an ESL student with
Right.
a more English fluent student. And hopefully, they meet regularly, I don't know. They have more details on it or something. And so the funding, at least historically, when they have gotten funding, some of it has been for student payroll to help with like, somebody at healthcare people. They've done events in the past, but it's not necessarily all the time. I don't know if Lisa had more information about some of the things they've done in the past, or some of it they've spent all money on in the past.
Student employee, but I don't think I've seen student employment in many years. They used to have get-togethers, which they had a cultural food, different food for the partners.
I do know that the person whose name is on here, the person who submitted the request, Webster Hamilton. He's apparently retired now, and somebody new came in. I don't remember her name. I think it was Miriam or something. She emailed me and I emailed her all about this and it said, you know, they should really need or should come and all that, but apparently they didn't come today. I don't know.
Yeah, Anna?
So yeah, cross-cultural partnerships was inactive for many years, but now they've decided to be, I think they've activated their program again on campus, and they're looking for students now. So if they do start, if they do have students in their program, can we give them money like mid-year?
I mean, they put really nothing pressure on the
Right.
patients.
Yeah, I mean, if you, one, you can give them more money in the budget process, you would have to cut, you know, that's how you can somewhere. Or yes, they can come next year if they are more established and so on and can, and get money from federal.
Yeah, because at the moment, I do know that Marianne is working on mine, so maybe.
Yeah, that's a conversation we can have when we're adding. But as for cuts, yeah. Going once, going twice for page 9, moving on, page 10. Oh, that's special allocations, so.
Here, if there's anything you want to add funds to, since we haven't got anywhere else at this point, although honors is up on the board. You would want to cut something from such allocations to make it available for funding. Yeah, in the next step of this process.
So if any of you guys had a program that you felt like deserves funding from, now's the time to cut, because if you don't cut, there is no money to add from, right? So yes.
I think we should cut 50,000 from special allocations and we can always add it back. We don't end up using it. We're doing the ads.
Okay, so put that on hold.
Alright, so
Special allocation, 50K.
special allocations. And also, yes, here.
Well, before we move on to the polling, is there anything that somebody thought of for, you know, pages 1 through 10? Any questions or anything they want to add to the cut list? There's one over here. He's at over here.
Oh,
I had a question about the athletic, like away games. Like, I was wondering why the amount that was granted for like, their conference to have, like, why it went down from previous years.
right. Well, athletics away games is something that, so the history behind that, in finance is that it was something that DSG was asked to fund and DSG was just like, sure, and then we just historically started funding them. And then one day we kind of like thought about it and we decided, hey, you know, this is the athletic department's away games, like the away games for student athletes. If, let's say, for example, we just stop funding this, do DeAnza athletes just not like participate like in away games, right? And we kind of thought, yeah, I think this is something that is essential. Not necessarily essential in the sense that if DeAnza doesn't have it, they would collapse, but essential in the sense of like what Dennis mentioned. If DeAnza, for example, didn't have a sports team, because if you didn't play away from DeAnza, that's effectively not having a sports team, then would that not like raise some eyebrows? Would that not be something that is concerning? I do see a hand up, but also there is, I think Dennis, is this? Oh.
Yeah, they were the sport.
Hold on.
Should we give I think I saw someone in the lead.
But yeah, we'll let them in. Yeah, they're in. We'll just finish your thought right now, I guess.
Oh, I already finished my thought. Do I, you wanna answer? Yeah.
So it's like, if we don't fund them, that doesn't mean DeAnza doesn't have a sports team anymore. They'll still have the team. It just means that they won't be having their meal.
Which from the DASG.
Yeah, from DSG, which what I'd say is something kind of extra. Like, I know when I was in school, we didn't get our meals comped. like throwing games for like pep band or for the athletes there. So I feel like that is something extra that DSG is doing. We're just making it so that their meals are covered. So like, I don't know, I think that is kind of something extra, not necessarily essential.
That could be argued.
Yeah.
And, I do know that, things have gone, up and then down with athletics, because for a while, they were asking DSG for referees and all sorts of other things, and DSG could say, you know, no, that's not, we can't. But it could be argued that maybe just the meals at least is okay, and you could perhaps add to that.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we talk about these kind of things, it's not necessarily the case that it's like as clear as like, let's say maybe Student Success Center, in my opinion, is like pretty unclear. But yeah, there are programs like the Athletic Awakens, for example, where you could really argue either way. So that is a good thing to bring up.
Before, we have, one, program that wasn't able to make it, under comment, so they've asked to, have their 2 minutes. But, before we get to them, since we're sort of at a break point, before we move on to the next bit, is there anything else for pages 1 through 10 or cuts or questions?
I had a question about the student leader scholarships. For DASG, is it planned to have the same amounts for next year?
The proposal is to increase.
Okay, and by how much?
I think that, I'll add it to the notes section, but I think for DSG at least, and ICC, the proposal is, 1,500 for president, 1,000 for, the other executive officers, and 500 for senators. The next person out is, so is there anything else on pages 1 through 10? Okay, go ahead and introduce, if they're from Memphis, if I remember. That's what I heard.
Right, yeah, so wait, let me open this up. Think,
Yeah, stop,
oh, yeah.
stop screen sharing.
Yeah, so I think the representatives from HEFAS are here, I think Shyla, to present about HEFAS.
Yeah, thank
you so much.
Well, get a 2-minute timer set up.
Oh, you wanna do it?
Well, do it all minutes, that way they know. It's just nicer.
Let me know when I can start.
Oh, okay, you don't worry about it. Yeah, so,
Okay.
just so we can see it at least. So
Yeah,
let them know when they can start.
all right, yeah, so the 2 minutes starts now.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for giving us the time, and sorry we couldn't show up earlier. So my name is Shayla Ramos Garcia. I'm the undocumented student support program coordinator, also undocumented STEM program coordinator. Today with DSG's request, the most important pieces for our HEFAS funding are for the internship piece. And so we've been requesting from DSG for internships for I think the last decade for sure. So it's something that is part of our sustainability, and it's super important. So student wages, student employment, that really supports our programming as a resource center. That's one of our main resources, is our internships. We also have a request for professional services for our HEFA Summit. This year, we're going to have our 10th annual HEFA Summit this spring quarter. This particular conference is super important to bring more advocacy and visibility to undocumented student support, accessibility to higher education, and to just share resources with the college. So those are both things that we're asking DSG support for this year. Without your support, we are not able to meet our expectations for funds for the year. So it's super important that we get the support that we need from DSG, and as well as, it's important to advocate for undocumented student services as well. Because we're one of the only ones that colleges that does this big much of work, towards undocumented students. We're actually known across the state to be doing that. So thank for DSG and for all these years for funding us, that we're able to be this strong. So yeah, thank you so much, and I'm here for any questions as well.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so.
Bring up the list of things that some of you items, there's a special.
All right, this was it. Oh, right.
So just do a raise of hands, who wants to discuss cutting 50,000 special items? And who wants to discuss cutting possibly 3,200, I think it was from.
So 3,200 from honors.
I mean, the numbers could change, but this was what was suggested earlier.
Okay, so should I just go in order first, honors and then special options? Yeah. All right, so who wants to discuss cutting a certain amount from the honors program?
No, just raise hands. Right now, we're just asking who actually wants to talk about that. Who wants to possibly cut some amount from honors? Or
Can I state my reason?
you did earlier.
It's just
Okay.
one.
We're just doing it. I mean, there's only two items.
Yeah.
Okay, no, how many is that? 6, I think.
That's 7.
Okay, 7. If, yeah, please raise your hand if you really want to cut them. 8. Okay, thank you. So we have 8. Who wants to cut, whatever it was, special occasions?
Special occasions.
And then again, we can put it back in special occasions if there's left.
I think special occasion church.
Yeah, so, yeah, we'll talk about special occasions.
Okay.
I guess at this point, unless somebody objects, somebody can make a motion for the amount.
Yeah.
To cut from special occasions.
I moved to cut 50,000 for special allocations.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, moved by Adrian, seconded by Ariana. Are there any objections?
We'll have our, just to be safe.
Okay, oh, we have to vote. Yes.
I think I said that. Yeah. Well, we definitely have to have a vote to approve the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
for this one, can you just?
if there's no objection.
Yeah, okay, so any objections? No objections, okay,
So, then,
so
now we need a motion, if any, for a cut from officers.
I mean. I think that, well, I just don't think we should fund them because they don't. They don't do anything.
okay, I mean, are we evaluating it or? Okay, I want to talk about this as well, actually. Are we evaluating them just from last year? Or
From the previous couple of years, because they have not been active at all.
Okay, anyone else wanna?
You need to put on, we need something to discuss, so.
Yeah.
What do you want to cut? So all of it, half of it, we need something, we need to have something to start with. For a discussion.
Yeah.
I moved to.
So wait, wasn't it on this program for 15 years and that was the reason why we didn't fund them? We're in official debate, so we need to please wait to be called on.
Oh, my bad.
I think I should.
Just a second.
Maybe, oh, no.
Okay, the thing with the honors.
Was there a motion?
Yeah. So I moved to cut the honors payroll to 0 and the hours benefit to 0.
So the whole.
Yeah.
So can we talk about this first or?
Well, there's a motion.
There's a motion on the floor, we'll have a discussion, so he is moving to cut 5,787 from honors, so that was the motion.
Question, what, pages for honors?
I think six.
It's a couple of seven. Seven.
It's seven.
Can we move to the?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
there's a motion on the floor,
motion.
so now we discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so-
where, what's, oh, sorry.
Oh, wait, who raised their hands first?
It's okay.
Adrian.
If I'm looking at honors, right,
Mm.
and when it's like end of year unspent, they've spent most of theirs. They were left with like $200 left when we funded them. I don't know how much we funded them, but they spent like $2,500 last year. So I think we should leave them with at least that same amount because they are using the money that we're giving them. Like they're not, if they were doing nothing, then they wouldn't have spent the money.
Hannah,
Ariana
Oh.
first.
Ariana.
What I will say is that they were pretty active last year, but like starting end of last year and like beginning of this year, they like made the Discord and like been more active. So I think it's just like getting more and more active as time goes on. Like maybe this would help them and visit them.
So. Hannah, you had your.
Yeah. I wanted to say, like with my experience with the resource fair in specific, just like contacting them is very hard because I never receive a response and then they don't have an in-person office. But if they're saying that they do have students who are working with the program or for the program, then like maybe they are hoping to increase that. Because we do really need honors on campus, and if we defund them completely, it's like we don't have an honors program. And then it's gonna be harder for them to get funding from external sources, and then, yeah, no, what are the honors students gonna do?
Caitlin?
What did they request for? Because I know that there is a breakdown.
Student payroll. So they want like a student assistant person, basically to help on the program.
Why did it increase from the previous amounts that we gave to them?
Sorry, are you asking why we increased it or why are they requesting more?
I guess just why they increased it, because they requested more and we also gave them that.
Yeah, so basically the previous year they asked for the 0, then this year they're asking for payroll and domestic conference and travel, and then we just gave them payroll. Right, so I guess rationale behind the honors program. So the honors program last year, they kind of became inactive. The reason being they were going through like a transition between coordinators. So the previous coordinator was MK and then Murdad Khosravi. And then I think they moved it to Tom Nguyen, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. So they're going through like a period of transition. So if you're going to defund them on the basis that they did nothing last year, I think that is something to consider. Like, they were going through a period of transition. I do know that, well, at least for me, correct me if I'm wrong, but the years before that, they were quite active from what I saw. But
Well, the reasoning that I raised this was because it just seems to me that honors at the end is not, I don't want to use the word good, but like, it's just not doing enough for students. Because take like UCLA TAP, for example, which is a very popular program present at like virtually any other community college. It's not found present here, right? So by hopefully, signaling there might be a cut or actually cutting them, there might be like some sort of explanation coming back from honors saying that, oh, we're doing this. What's the timeline? what are we trying to improve? That's the reason I suggested this cut.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean. I don't know about like cutting all of it, but someone was mentioning, like if they have student employees. But on their budget, like requesting, they've only requested the 5,700 for one employee. So I also feel like if. Just from their request, like they're only thinking of even having one more student. Assistant, like, I don't know, I feel like that says something that like. I don't know how to explain it, but. If they wanted to expand the program, wouldn't it make more sense to request maybe less, but for more students? Because one student schedule is only gonna be so open, I feel like, so I don't really know about giving them the full.
Yeah, and like, what is honor doing right now, right? Except for maybe like talking to like professors, having an honor section, like what else are they doing, right? Like genuine question, I don't know.
Also too, I don't know. About like the future, obviously, but just from like this quarter and even previous quarters, I've also heard from like honor students that it's been really. And I know like obviously like Izat mentioned that they switched program coordinators, but like even for this year. A lot of the honor students that I know have just like said that they've been having trouble even figuring out what classes are available, so. Just adding on to what Isaac said, like, I don't know what they're doing, basically.
And if they are, I feel like if they were like so interested in, bringing back the program and making it, stronger whatsoever. Maybe we will have an explanation to see the cut, right? Oh, why weren't we funded? And if they don't show up, then to me at least, it signals that we're not interested in making honors the thing, and therefore I can ignore it and cut the money entirely.
Are we in the middle of a motion? What are we voting for now?
Yeah, honors, 100%.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think I kind of agree with what Austin said. I was in the program last year and even like this year, but I wasn't able to like get the certificate or complete any of the requirements just because none of the classes were ever available when I tried to sign up. Like I had a plan for like all 6 classes, but every time I wanted to sign up, nothing was like, available for that specific class. Otherwise, you can see the 2 honors classes after. And so I just think like that kind of needs to be. So I know a lot of students who like originally planned to get it and then throughout the year the class would be like more option and don't even think about it.
Ian.
Was there ever any news that, any update on how they were planning to improve the program? You guys kind of interviewed them to kind of get the budget, right? But did they just tell you how much they want and for what? Or did they kind of tell you like, here's that goal, here's what we're doing?
I don't think it wasn't a review. I think the one that was in charge, I think Ben, were you in charge for honors? No. Because there were some programs that just didn't respond.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you?
Wait, no, I didn't want to check it.
Yeah.
No, that's like, we didn't find out. That's like about holidays.
That's very important.
So we did not have any updates on that. Hold on.
So yes.
So the current motion on the floor proposed by Isaac is to cut honors 100%, so like down to 0. Does anyone want to wait? Does anyone
We
want
have
to?
to second, or can we just go straight and vote?
I guess you would.
Because
You would
we have
second.
to vote for every single thing, right? So it doesn't, so I second. Well, I was asking, do we go into seconds or do we?
Well, there's already a second. Isaac moved and who seconded?
Well, no one seconded it yet, it was still
Yeah,
discussion.
I
Oh,
seconded.
there was no second.
Yeah.
I seconded.
So Caitlin seconded. Does anyone wanna, well, I mean, it's already seconded, so any objections?
No.
Objected by Aaron and, okay,
So now,
so by Robert's rules. Oh, I guess we go on the vote.
No, we vote.
So there was an objection. There was an objection. It was seconded by Caitlin, then there was an objection. Well, there were 3 objections? Yeah, 3 objections.
We do an actual, vote.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to say something, because
Dennis, should we be in the process of doing the conclusion on right now? Should we be in the process of doing the conclusion on, because there was an objection?
Yeah, I'm getting. I'm getting.
Okay, Hannah, you want to say?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I did, what, sit down. So, wait, Hannah, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I know that, and I agree with everyone, that the honors program has been very inactive. But I know of, like, personally know of 3 students who actually met with the coordinator recently. Last quarter, actually, and they sort of mapped out like the honors courses that my friends were like hoping to take. And then they also joined a few meetings that they hosted for, I think, for Jack can cook scholarships. And I was in that meeting as well. And yeah, and Tommy Lennon was saying that he is on campus twice a week and he's working to expand the honors program. So I don't know how that is going for them right now, but I don't know, maybe we would have more clarity if they join today. That's
Jen.
Also, like, I think like some of the reasoning about like cutting them was like, what I heard was like 2 things that they weren't doing enough. That they weren't doing enough, but also that like we want to signal to them that they should be doing more, and they should like kind of get some kind of message. But I don't think that cutting them is, I don't think we should be cutting them just for the sake of saying something. Like, I think if we want to grow them, it should be some kind of investment in like, oh, we want them to do more. So like, we can't really slash them and say, oh, you should be doing more. So take this as a message. And I feel like that's kind of contradictory. So I think they need to invest in like that or like some measures. So 100% seems like a lot, maybe at least sustaining what they received in previous years so that they can like at least survive the transition.
The transition around like 3 years or.
I don't know, but I think like from what we heard from the other people was that they haven't been more active recently, and there are students who have been having meetings with the new like coordinator and director. So I think there's some growth that we should be.
Yeah, I mean, to answer what Isaac said, actually, this year they do have 0, so it's like, I guess this is still in their transition period. So, yeah, that's something to know. Asia?
yeah, I agree with Jenna, but at the same time, like, again, their request is just for student payroll, and on their budget request, like, they put 1 student. So that's, like, there's other programs that I think have more students that requested, I don't know if they requested more than that, but that we gave like the amount that would go to like 1 student is much less, and I feel like the other programs, not to compare them, but like they're doing more directly with students, so like maybe not cut them entirely, but like reduce, so at least they try and find them, add.
I've got the table ready if you're ready for.
Oh, well, I think there's some discussion first, is that okay? Okay. Caitlin.
Well, I just want to say, like, isn't honors an essential program for the school? If the school wants to fund honors, they should do it. It's not like huge, maybe honors exist.
That's a good point.
That's a point.
Wow.
There is a bit of history, but related to that. For a few years, quite a few years, this was a while back now. They were asking DHG not just to fund the student, but also, the program coordinator. So in this case, it will be Tom Nguyen. And it took a while, but DHG, finally said, no, if you want an honors program, you at least need to fund the program coordinator. Maybe we'll fund the student, but not the program coordinator. So yeah, so that did actually kind of come up, at least in the past, and they cut the funding for the program coordinator from DHG.
It took like 10 years. It took like 10 years for the DHG to stop funding that coordinator. It was a long time.
Okay, to clarify, Asia, about the student payroll. What we like to do is we don't like to see about the number of students and how much hours they're getting paid. We just give them the amount and we let them decide what to do with the amount. If they want one employee, they can do that. If they want two, they're gonna have to cut the hours that they work. But what matters is that we're giving them more so that they have the opportunity to grow. Because we all know that honors program is not good. So that's why we're giving them the opportunity to grow.
Yeah, so, there is a motion on the floor right now, a main motion, to cut, 5,787. But before we vote on that, it is possible for someone to make an amendment to change that amount to something else, if you want to, just cut half. So at this point, unless there's more discussion, we either need to go to a vote or somebody can move to make an amendment.
I move to amend. To cut 1,000.
Oh, I'm not second.
Oh, okay.
So,
And
so cut, 1,000, instead of 5,787. Okay, so the final amount would be 4,787. Okay, so that is an amendment. Does anyone second that?
Moved by Ariana, seconded by Aaron. Are there any objections? I don't object. Okay.
Discussion.
Okay. I think that if you cut it down, first of all, they're hiring one person. So if you cut one person 20%, that's just, it's just not ideal. And I think we have to agree that something has to be done. So
Don't worry about, how many percent that is. We just get 4,000 to hire whatever they're gonna hire.
yeah, but you're cutting the hours.
Why do you
Yeah,
make
that's
stuff on that? We don't say that. Let them do what they want with it. This is that, we can split it into like 5 people and pay them like an hour.
That doesn't make any sense then.
Maybe you decide it makes sense to them.
I mean, if you cut it in half, you cut it their hours in half. Whatever you amount you feel, whatever amount you feel DHG should be providing. So your motion was to cut 5787. Her amendment is to cut 1,000 instead of 5787. So right now, at least, the discussion should be on the amendment only.
Okay.
So you can discuss, do you think 1,000 is good, do you think 1,000 is bad? Don't pass the amendment or change the dollar amount, although if you want to change the dollar amount, it's recommended not to go into too many levels of amendments, amendment on top of amendments gets confusing. But, yeah, so the discussion right now should be about the amendment, which is to delete 5,787 and replace it with 1,000 in the main motion.
Okay, anyone want to talk?
If there's no discussion, then we'll vote on that.
Okay, wait, maybe I'll say something. So I think we can all agree that the honors program, like, at least in theory, is supposed to be like really cool program, really good program. A lot of people, like, for example, a lot of people enroll in Foothill just for their honors program, right? And then I think we can all agree that the current state of De Anza's honors is not exactly where we would hope for it to be. I think the question, like, this discussion really is, are we willing to kind of like put forth an investment on it, or do we think it's even our place to do so, right? Do we want to help them, and do we think it's even like something that we should be doing? Like, for example, it's the whole tutoring service thing again, which now Caitlin opened the box of like, well, is it an essential service or whatever, or not? And I think, and then after that, if we decide if it's an essential service, and that there's conversation there, but if we decide it's not like an essential service, especially given that it's it's student payroll for like an administrative assistant essentially, then there's also conversation of, okay, are we willing to help the honors program and kind of like put trust in them in some sense, right? I will say one thing, if there is a year to do it, it's probably this year. I will say, just because we do have a bit more money than usual. So if it was for like, for example, the honors program, while I do think the college could invest more in it, if we did want to like have a hand in jump starting a program, now kind of would be ideal. Good luck. That's just like putting it out there, right? All right. You guys can discuss again motion, whatever. I don't know. Kind of want.
Can you vote on the amendment now?
Yeah, you're all ready.
So no would be to refuse the
yes.
amendment for 47.
Okay, so we're on an amendment, not the main motion right now. So yes would be, so remember, amendments affect language, not the real world.
Yes.
So right now, the motion for the amendment, the yes would be to delete 5,787 in the main motion and replace it with 1,000 in the main motion. Okay. I'll start. So again, this is to amend the cut to 1,000 instead of 5,787. Isaac.
Yes.
Is your vote yes or no?
No.
Isa Rosciano.
Yes.
Okay. Hannah Rabani.
Yeah.
Caitlin.
No.
CSA.
No.
Joel Ing.
No.
Javier Gomez. Ariana.
Yes.
Wait. Ian. No. No. Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matthew.
Yes.
Benjamin. No. Virinci.
No.
Leandre.
No.
Chris, no, wait. Christopher Blue.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Ted.
Yes.
Ria. Daniela. Not here. Adrian. Janet.
Yes.
Jason.
Not
here. Nicholas.
No.
Jennifer,
Not here.
and Kate.
No.
Okay. Okay, well, the motion fails, anyway, but it's 10-10.
I think this is a good time for us to get some food. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you what we have, and then I'm gonna have the finance folks go first, okay? So it's Nico, you should go first and eat. So we have food from Teriyaki Madness. We have white rice, we have noodles, like chow mein noodles. We have 2 different types of chicken. It's all halal. One is spicy, one is non-spicy. Just take one, not both, okay? And then we've got some veggies. And then for the vegetarians, we've got tofu and edamame as well. Okay, so 2 of you can probably go feed yourself first, and then.
So everybody from finance go first.
Yeah, including the interns, our finance interns, go ahead and grab the food. And then, please go through and come right back, because this is gonna be a working meeting, okay? And then we also have
Oh, yeah.
By what? Okay, I think it works. After next week.
Yes, we have to be clear for any. Keep in mind. Oh my God. I'm back. Well, I was-
So, the amendment that was made so far has failed. So right now, we are back on the main motion to cut 5,787. So we either need another amendment, or we just need to vote on this motion.
So I just wanna do a raise of hands, just for your opinion first. Who would be in support of this motion? If you're supportive, raise your hand. Cause I don't wanna go through like a lot of amendments, that's why.
So this motion is to cut it to zero, basically, right? Yeah, so they're in support of cutting it to zero, is what I think is.
Okay, so wait, that doesn't make any sense. I thought, okay.
What do you mean?
No. So I think, well, I mean, obviously, I think the first basis is that. Okay, who is in support of cutting honors program? Raise your hand.
Any amount?
Any amount. So, okay, I think it's pretty obvious for us that the Senate as a whole wants to cut honors, right? It's just more about the amount that we're looking for. So. How about a half? How would people feel about that? Half. Half? Majority? 3/3? Yeah, I mean. Oh, why are you raising your hand?
Yeah.
Can I speak? So you can tell my,
So if you wanted to cut a half, it would be a motion to cut 2,893.
What would be the, oh, the remaining? Yeah, how much was the remaining?
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
which is
Okay, well, personally, I would cut it to zero, but since I think that is not a consensus within the Senate. So I move to amend the. Wait, sorry.
Cut.
I move to amend the budget for, well, the cut budget for honors program for student payroll to $2,500 and hourly benefits to whatever that one is.
You want to cut it in half.
$2,500.
So you don't want to do half, you want to do exactly 2,500 there
And the appropriate hourly benefit.
You're deciding how much you want to cut.
or
Cut to.
hold on.
So Isaac is proposing to cut the amount to 2,500.
For the student payroll
for the
and
student
for
This is $55.
whatever the 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, so the, cut would be 3,247. Which would leave 2,500 in payroll and 40 in that.
Yep. Is there a second?
Seven more people in one favor of this tax.
This is like, this is not enough.
So you second.
Yeah.
Are there any objection, amendment? Objection.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I think.
Everyone, can you quiet down? Ted, can you speak up?
Yeah, so I think I'm cutting the amount to 3,200 is a bit too much. I think we could compromise and cut it to 0. Like maybe like 2,800, compromise on that. 3,200 is,
People to just quiet down so we can hear.
3,200 is like a majority, which I don't really advocate for. So I would prefer to be cut into half.
Does in general, like, okay, raise your hand if you're okay with half, and like actually half, not Isaac's definition.
So, okay, let's make it even easier with the numbers. Who would like to cut? So here's the two options. Cut 2,893 or cut 3,247. So option A, who's in favor of cutting 2,893? At least 12, 13, it looks like. And who is in favor of cutting 3,247? Isaac, you already voted. Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay. So the preference is to just cut it in half.
So do I make the motion again?
Technically, it's been seconded.
Okay. Sorry, Dennis.
Let's figure out an easier way to do this. Is there any objection to killing the amendment currently on the floor, which is to cut 3,247? So no objection to killing that amendment. Okay, so let's just say. Basically, everyone votes no on your amendment, if nobody objects.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
We'll just make it easy by doing that. Okay, so everyone voted no on the amendment currently on the floor. So now you need to make a new motion, or somebody needs to make a new motion to amend the amount to, cut. So instead of cutting 5,000, whatever it is, to cut, where'd it go? 2,893.
I move to cut the budget to $2,893.
So amend the motion to cut 2,893 instead of 5,787.
I move to amend the cut to 2,893 instead of 5,700.
Okay.
So moved by Ted, seconded by Matthew. Are there any objections? No? So it's amended.
Okay, so now we still have to pass the actual motion. All we did was pass the amendment. The actual motion now is to cut 2,893 from honors. So cut it in half.
So now we just need a second. Right.
No, it was already moved and seconded, when Isaac made the motion, but I know Steve said it, he said that. The motion was amended. So now we either have more discussion or vote on that.
Yeah, I think we've discussed a lot already, so we can bring to a vote. So.
Are there any questions?
Oh, right. Are there any objections? Or else we can move on to the. No objections? All right, cool.
So you want to do the vote for the sake? Or,
I did.
okay, so we just need to know if you want to do a formal vote or not. If anyone objects, we do the formal vote. Are there any objections to cutting honors 2,893? 93.
Doesn't seem like.
Okay, no objection, so it passed, we don't have to actually go through. Okay. So, we can update that spreadsheet. Let me say.
That was we about to add in, right?
No, we still need the motion to cut, we already moved. Okay, so, I didn't have to make sure that. It was 15,000.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet updated. Okay, yeah. So everything's up to date now. I mean, you normally just ask for one last compensation.
So, I'll play a Joel.
Are there any more people first? Yeah.
Oh, no, I said Joel.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about putting the ICC's volume for, like,
I'm sorry,
wait, I don't know how to phrase it, sorry. Here. The ICC chair scholarship.
The DSG Mentors ICC Student Leadership Scholarship, which is our stipends.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, I think like, there's a vast difference between like what I do and like a supervisor here does, or like a, I don't know, like a chair, or chair program. I think like the work difference is really crazy. But we have to do all like 1,000.
Wait, you're saying to add or to cut?
The cut.
To cut?
What dollar amount?
Well, first, okay, before we can decide that, you need to, hold on. Let me get the other spreadsheet out with the. What up, it's on there, let's pay. Yeah, go to there, this request submission. The ends not even slash, slash budget.
Oh, the, all right, the.
What?
So, So Joel is suggesting that ICC chairs and ICC vice chairs quarterly award amounts be reduced by what amount?
Oh, I was just talking about the chairs, not the vice chair.
Wait, so you wanna cut the chairs amount?
Yeah.
What would cut the total allocated?
Am I allowed to like cut? Does it have to
Is
be-
there a reason?
Is there a reason?
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
should be a reason.
I just feel like the break division between like what I do and like from like my share of finance, from share of programs, like marketing, like others are just not as much. So if I were to be paid the same amount as my chair, I don't feel like that's really representative. Like why not just run for like, I don't know, chair, like finance instead of president? We make the same amount of units. So what's the point? Like, why does everyone want to run for it?
What amount do you think it should be?
Is it allowed to be like, does it have to be like a total of chairs? I think
It
like
needs to be an amount for the chairs per quarter. So instead of 1,000, I've got a spreadsheet that calculates it. Instead of 1,000 per quarter for each chair. What do you think it should be?
I think like.
About 750. Keep things,
Yeah.
looking around. Okay, let me just see what that would be if other people. Okay, so if that were to happen.
Joel, but you're saying you don't feel that your work as chair is any more.
No, he's saying, because right now the ICC chairperson is the same as the other issues that come down.
Right.
In the current proposal that Maritza submitted, the other ICC chairs are the same 1,000, then the vice chairs are 500. He's suggesting that the other ICC chair should be somewhere between
Oh.
vice chairs and.
Okay. You're trying to go down.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right.
So this would make DSG executives 1,000. That would not change. ICT chairs would be 750. ICC vice chairs would be 500. So if we did that, we would change the amount to I guess that does make sense. Okay, so right now, so there. Excuse me. Let me just calculate what we discussed so far at least.
I mean, just between me and you, I wouldn't do my finance centers like that, but that's just me though.
I mean, yes, we're gonna pay $300. So if we made that change, which, does make sense, it's already, you can argue either way, but yeah, it does make sense. We would cut 3,750 from the student leader scholarship account, which would make the total 90,150 instead of 93,000. So if you want to make that change, you would need to move to cut 3,750 from the student leader scholarship account.
I was wondering, is there like a way to divide like my chair of public affairs from the rest of the chairs? Like,
It's possible, but okay.
Because I mean, it's pretty much VP, right? So if it's vice president, you need three more than much, and I feel like we should be.
Well, with DSG though, the vice president, which is the same as the other chairs.
I mean, I wouldn't follow.
What does the chair of club affairs do that's in the role that's more than the other two?
And how would it compare to vice president versus the other DSG?
Yeah,
I mean, those are the same.
I think they're just like
I mean, it's just constantly working with themselves and then also using like meeting and notifications per week. That adds up for a lot of hours. So I mean, I just Sean, I should compare pretty much sitting in meetings all the time. Per week comparatively to my other chairs, just do the office hours. So on top of this office hours, we're already doing like notifications, meeting with clubs. I'm talking with like talking with like for like clubs. I think that's more of like the other chair.
Well, I'm not as familiar with ICC as I used to be, so are you saying that the club affairs officer does all club orientations now?
Almost.
Or is that like official, or is that just the way it is this year?
It's in the roles at least, for like, co-chair and chair should be, public relations.
So none of the other chairs, none of the orientations. Okay, so they are different and like that. So what amounts would you recommend? So if the ICD chairperson is 1,000, the same as the rest of the exec. And the vice chairs are 500, so you're saying it should be a certain amount for the chair of public affairs and then a different amount for the other. Yeah. What amount?
We already said what, so.
Yeah, 750 was what was suggested earlier for the chair. So April, we're recalculating how that will.
While Dennis is calculating, Grinch, you seem to really want to say something.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question about the DASG senators. I was gonna ask if there's any flexibility on it, because I'm not gonna lie, like, no offense to ICC. But DASG senators also like do shared governance office and all of these stuff. And they're getting only paid $500, which I get there's 23 of them, I do get that, but is there any flexibility, you guys?
Okay, technically that's not true because ICC does also do shared governance. No. 3 and 9.
I mean, technically.
Sally Ford has 2 people.
Okay, so is there flexibility? I just want to ask.
3 people.
Yeah.
Flexible in the sense of an increase?
Like an increase,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, those are.
I mean, that's something to kind of discuss. I mean, right now, we're kind of focusing on it. Yeah, so
This is a thought for another.
yeah. That's something to bring up later.
I don't know, but I mean, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to bring conversation now or?
I'll wait.
Okay, so you said 850 for public affairs.
Yeah.
They already can't. So like. They can.
I was at 32. That's for DG.
So no one really wants to touch it. If we make a photo, this is the only reason I want that. That's the only reason they come.
So, what I want to ask, what you said about the chair of club affairs duties, isn't that sort of like their duties, just like managing ICC's budget and whatever requests that they have?
It's not really budget, but more of like. It's like lots of money.
Yeah, so wouldn't that sort of do the same thing, like what finance does for the requests, chair of club affairs does for the orientation?
No, and orientations and finance are two different things. It's like saying like, oh, I want to start a new club, which there's like 50 new clubs all the
Yeah.
time.
But isn't it like this sort of the same for job duties? Like they each have their individual responsibilities, even if they're different.
I guess it needs to be, so. Anytime there's a new club. Before the club becomes 100% official. They must have an orientation with all the club officers and the advisors. With the chairperson or chair of public affairs. So this is an extra meeting that only they do. For all new clubs.
Yeah, and oftentimes like with the advisor and like officer looking at it and put that up again. It's like an hour meeting.
Oh, Maritza has her hand up.
Yeah, I just, I mean, thank you, Joel, for kind of, painting a picture of what ICC's been, operating as right now. I will say orientations, that's not explicitly the chair of club affairs or chairperson. In the past, we've had really at all of the chairs that were available. We just haven't had a lot of folks available this.
Yeah, that's why I asked,
It just-
official that only the affairs does it.
I thought it was in the code.
I don't remember it in the code before, but I haven't seen IT code in a while.
I'll check it.
If it's not in there.
Let's let Marissa finish.
I would say that chair of club affairs took the lead with developing the orientation and getting people trained to do orientations, and then handling the club application process, like helping them do it correctly, because there are lots of corrections needed. But as far as the orientation, carrying that out, that in an ideal world, that would be shared across chairs, vice chairs, whoever is available. It looks a little different each year.
I would have to say, if that's the case, then I think then the club affairs should not be getting more than the other care.
I agree with this.
Take it back.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
So, I like.
All right, so goes back to what I said earlier then, so if. Okay, so if you wanna make this change, you'll need to cut 3,750 from the student leaders volunteers.
Yeah. Okay. And then I had a follow-up question to that. So if I cut the 3,750 from a scholarship, could that money be like allocated back towards the ITC?
Well, it'll go into the pot of available funds. In the next step, we go over at. So we can't guarantee that it'll go to ICC.
I saw Isaac.
I moved to cut $3,750 from the DASG ICC Adventure Scholarship.
Moved by Isaac, is there a second? Wait. Caitlin,
I second.
okay. Moved by Isaac, seconded by Caitlin, are there any objections? No objections, the motion will have.
If there's no. We definitely not need it. Okay, you're fine. One second.
So now that there's like the leftover 3,750, look, during the next process, I would just need.
Oh, yeah, that basically goes into the pot now with the 50,000. And then we can add anything that we want to have a discussion on adding, we can using that money. Yeah. Oh, did she?
I was gonna, never mind. You answered, I was gonna ask if we could use that money that they can just use, for like maybe possibly fund the issue senator, I think the answer.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
If I didn't have to do this, I think we wouldn't have.
No.
Okay, so one last time.
Yeah.
One last chance.
Okay, so for one last chance, are there any questions or objections?
Or no, or additional cuts.
Oh, additional cuts.
Any questions or additional cuts from any of the accounts? If not, we can move on to the next page.
Yes. So any additional questions or cuts?
Oh, sorry, one more question.
So are we gonna have like, this is also not a question, are we gonna have a separate, since we had one for, what should they call it?
We didn't have a
We
separate
didn't do
one.
that. That did not happen. It didn't happen, just. So right now, we're just on cuts. If there's no more cuts.
Is the 50K cut for special allocation still on there?
Yeah,
Okay,
that happened first.
okay.
Yeah, so right now we have cut 50,000 for accommodations, 3,750 from scholarship and or student leader scholarship. And then whatever it was, 20. Whatever the amount was from honors. So right now, amount available is 56,643. Okay,
Can you repeat that number? I can't hear. Thanks.
56,643. That's what has been cut so far in total. So last opportunity, any other cuts or questions about cut? Okay. So now we do basically the same thing we did earlier. Just go through these at, one page at a time. Is there anything anyone wants to add to any account on this page? You just add it to the list. We just list out all the accounts that people might want to add something to. Nothing is decided yet. Once we get through all the pages, then we do the ranking like we did earlier. And then we start discussing them in the ranked order.
Okay, so starting again from page, so this time we're gonna do ads, okay? So we did cuts earlier, now we're going through page by page for anything you got, any program you guys want to add to. Should they specify the amount now, or should they?
I mean, it doesn't have to, it's not necessarily gonna get approved at that amount, but at least just so we have an idea.
Okay, so name the program and then the state the amount that you think should be added. So we start with student leadership recognition.
Yeah, so page 1.
Yeah, so page 1, student leadership recognition, the DASG ICC mentors, student leader scholarships, student leadership training, and DASG Senate and committee operations. Any ads?
Or questions?
Or questions, yeah. Okay, going once, going twice. Moving on, second page will be.
Where's like seesaw and sister.
Oh, yeah, just, so it's just seesaw. Seesaw and SSCCC conferences. Ads. Is that no, it is not. Going once, going twice, any ads or questions? No? All right, moving on, page 3. So this is accounts office staff, accounts office supplies, accounts office system, accounts office short/over, bank/credit card fees, copy machine, college life office staff, uncollectible return check fees, variance. Any ads or questions? Well, question or ads? Moving on to the next page, so page 4 is just ICC. Any ads to ICC? Ads? Yes, we're on ads now, adding amount.
And so when I add, but we are going to be talking about, I just remove question account.
Right now, we're just doing the same thing we did earlier. Just say.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever amount you want to discuss adding. We're not discussing yet.
Okay. And so that's ICC? Huh? So do you want to add? I add. Okay, is there a? Yeah, no. Okay, so basically earlier we cut. Okay, just a refresher to everyone. Earlier we cut from special allocations $50,000 Then we cut from the DASG ICC Mentor Student Leader Scholarships in the amount of 3,700.
Whatever.
Yeah, amount.
And then, and also honors, so.
Oh, yeah.
But that's, we don't need to worry about that. Right now, we're doing the same thing we did earlier, just for ads. So just when we get to the page that has your, the program you want to put on the list, just state the, the program and the dollar amount.
Okay.
And we'll just put it on the list.
Yeah.
So ICC, and how much did you say?
3,000.
I think you said 4,000 a minute.
Oh, I mean, okay, I'll take it.
I mean, none of these are.
To get an idea.
Yeah, none of this is fine,
Yeah.
it still needs a motion and approval and all that, just so we get something on the list.
Yeah.
Okay,
So wait, what's
so that's page 4.
4,000? Okay, 4,000. As
You can move for 3750 later if you want. Whatever, just put some.
all right. So that's ICC. Moving on, page 5. Movie tickets, DSG bike program, DSG car production, DSG scholarships, DSG flea market, legal advice, mascot program. Any ads or questions? No? All right, moving on, page 6. So we're going into external programs now. College life, so this is page 6. College life programming, UFRAC Museum of Art. And then guided pathways, Office of Equity, PEPAS, homecoming events. Does anyone want to add to any of these programs or ask questions? Going once, going twice. No? Oh, okay.
I want to add to Office of Equity. But
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh, in the amount of?
Uh, we have the 50,000, right?
Wait, is that, yeah? Wait, can we consider the amount of the?
Well, no, all we're just doing is writing it down, right?
Oh,
Just making a list, right? So.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you're not 100% sure right now, you need to be by the time you get to a vote.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
I wanna add to HEPA's, around 4,000.
That's 4,000. Oh, that equity, do you have any, I mean, again, you can make a motion for a different amount, but just a rough estimate of what you think right now.
Yeah.
I wanna add their entire student payroll amount request.
So for
So
student
it's
equity,
19, and he gave them 5.
so just put 50,000 on the list there. Just say have the equity office.
Well, that went up real quick. Okay, are there any more ads on this page?
Page 6, anything else to add?
No, if not, moving on to page 7. Was that for 6 or 7?
Oh,
Because,
I'm 7.
oh, okay.
Just look at the accounts.
Okay, I'll list out the accounts first and then okay, so honors program, impact API, LeVos, lead program, math performance success program, mentors at Dianza. Oh, it's not that, Pride Center and Puente Project. So does anyone want to add to those programs? Yes,
I would like to add 3,000 to a those.
1,000?
3,000.
3,000, okay. So LeVos. Okay, anything else? Yes?
Add 2,000 to these.
How much?
2,000.
2,000, okay. Anything else? Is that it? No? Okay. Going once, going twice. Chris.
Hold on, let me find it. Pride Center, can we add 4,000 as well?
4,000?
Yes, please.
Anything else? Going once, going twice. All right, moving on from page 7. So page 8, there's Umoja Student Computer Donation Program. Tutorial and Academic Skill Set, Student Success Center, and Veterans Program. Ariana,
I think we should move all this to 20,000.
sorry,
Make it 20,000.
make what 20,000?
Umoja, 8,000, what 8,000?
Okay. Okay, did I see?
I was gonna say.
Oh.
Add 5,000 to more general.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's already on the list. When we
Yeah.
get to discussion, you'll.
Yeah. Any more ads on this list? Okay, all right. Oh, okay,
1,000 to veterans program.
1,000? All right. Anything else from this page? Last call. Oh, Ben?
An additional dollar to student computer donation program.
No.
Wait, they've already got full funding.
Yes, no.
Yeah, you've already given them everything there.
All right, so I'm guessing there's nothing else. So that's it for page 8. Page 9, there's athletic away games, marine biology, red wheelbarrow, cross-cultural partnerships. Any ads? Yes.
2,000 to athletics.
2,000 athletics. Just give it to yourself. Any additional ads? Any additional ads? No? Last call? All right, moving on. Page 10, and that's just special allocations. Well, anyone want to add special allocations? I'm assuming not.
Remaining.
We'll see. Oh, we don't have a remaining there. Yeah.
Okay, so now, tip 4, go through the list we wrote down. And then, raise your hands if you want to discuss adding to that account. So just go down the list and then we'll see how many votes each one get.
Okay. So ICC, how people wanna talk about adding to ICC? Raise your hands. If you want to talk about adding to ICC.
And this is just to rank them.
This is the rank order in
Just
which.
like we did earlier. Well, earlier we had. Okay. So
Was
if
that-
you are interested in discussing and possibly adding money to ICC, raise your hands. Just so we can get a count of how, what, to gauge the interest in that. Okay, you got it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so write that down in the next column. Well, whatever, yeah, 7 votes.
Office of equity.
Office of Equity, how many?
1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Help us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. LeBeau's. 1. Wait. Yes or no? Okay. Wait. Okay. 1. Oh, hi, please, yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess 9. Lee. 1, 2. Oh. 1. This is lead, by the way. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Pride Center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Umoja? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Veterans Program? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you do? 5? 5. Athletics? Athletics away games, 1, 2, 2, that's it?
Athletics? 2?
That's 2. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, so that was what, you know.
This is. We can tell it was,
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. But she's. The reason.
She can't get it. Just go there.
Just go in the order.
Alright,
I mean, you could double that. Maybe people raise their hand in different order, so just check what it's.
Alright, I'll just do it in spreadsheet. Okay, so first up is FS. The starting amount is $4,000. We can discuss this first before someone raises the motion. So who brought forth who wanted FS again? Oh, Chris, okay. You want me to speak a little bit about your rationale?
Yeah, just hearing from Shayla, coordinator, and then also just hearing from the interns of HEFAs right now. What they have is good, but it could always be a lot better, especially if we consider that their whole priority is to advocate for undocumented students, which there's a very high number at the end of. And I just think that the amount we have right now, and when you compare it from last year, is just too close, and I think that they deserve more than what they have right now.
Was there something, was there a specific item that you wanted to increase, or were you just thinking in general? In terms of the amount?
I would say in general, as of right now.
Okay.
Well, I'm guessing student payroll.
Sure.
Unless you want to specifically say. I mean, she did mention they would like the golden speaker or something like that. So some of it could go there, whatever the amount is, 1250.
Can we go with technical and professional services and domestic conference and travel? Those are the two.
So full amounts or how much?
Yeah.
The full amount.
So we would need a motion to add 4,250.
Okay. So does anyone have any opinions on this? Or
Any more discussion?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
discussion.
just need a motion.
Discussion article, what section are we adding it to?
So
He was, okay, Matthew, long day, technical professional services and domestic conference and travel. 4,250, the full amounts for both.
That's what Shivin said.
That's what I said.
That's what he's recommending.
From what-
Charlotte did mention specifically the technical professional services would be at least adding that would be good.
Yeah.
Are we discussing like courses, like this year or like in general, everything added to that?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat that?
Are we
If you have different opinions, sure.
I was wondering, like, for the payroll section, it looks like they received like 21,000 that they used like pretty fully before. So I was thinking of adding 1K to the student payroll section, and then maybe also something like based on what Chris said to the technical and professional services section.
Do you want to add to?
How much the payroll?
1,000.
So make payroll 21,000.
Mhm.
And then, hold on.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, so that would make, benefits 320, so that would be. Hold on one time.
So Jenna, you agree with what Chris said, but you want to increase student payroll as well by 1,000?
I didn't hear like part of what Chris said. I heard the technical and professional services part, so.
He also said,
And
the
conference.
conference
The
travel.
conference.
Yeah, so it would be full amount for technical and services and conference. So that's like 4,200 or something like that, 4,000 something.
4,250.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure about the conference. I was just thinking about the student payroll and then the technical and professional services.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I don't disagree. I was just like.
you don't disagree. Okay, so basically just add on to what Chris said by adding 1,000 to payroll, essentially. Okay.
And 16 to benefits.
16 to benefits. So that's like about addition of
Yeah.
5,000.
I have one thing to add for the domestic travel and conferences for like almost all of the programs such as these. We didn't fund the domestic travel because we said they could request it through special allocation. So if you want to add it for this one, then we might also need to consider adding it for those. So that might be something to consider if you actually want to add this.
Wait, can I ask?
Yeah.
Did we not fund any programs, domestic conference and travel?
Yeah, you did.
We did find some.
Why
You
is it
did
not
all of them?
Why is not this one?
We
Yeah,
had
no, we did a full amount for impact. And I think it was,
Wait, we have the, wait, Nico, what the rationales?
yeah, and half for, motor. So it's,
For what?
it could go either way. You could fund it now or. tell them to come back. Considering the amounts available, it
Oh.
will save time to do it now.
Our rationale was for domestic travels and stuff like that, where it's like special occasions like that, they can request through special allocation.
Well, that was. Yes, that's possible, but
I think that's part of the reason, but not the main reason, because there were some that we did fund.
Wait, was it because of the, wait, is Yamming?
Oh, yeah, so I think I remembered our rationale. It was because, for some of the programs, they already had a history of domestic travel. So we decided to, fund that since it would save time. For others, like, I guess HEPA, we would need them to come to special allocations and tell us more in detail what they're gonna use their domestic travel for.
it does look like you gave them, extra money last year for it. So at least for half us, they do have a history. And did they come for special allocations this year?
I don't think HEPA did.
We had. a Couple others, come, I think, but maybe not others yet. But yeah, I mean, you could do either way. I mean, they did get funding last year. It just wasn't in the
That's
original
why-
budget.
I was asking.
I mean,
It's okay.
you guys can do either way, but, so let me go back to what was, okay, so the calculation was. So. If you wanted to add what's been discussed so far, it would be 5,266. Total. As far as the conference and travel, could go either way. In their case, they do have an history, this wasn't in the budget originally, but they did get some funding last year. And they may come back for it this year, they just didn't get it in the budget though. So you could fund them. Now and save time, or tell them to come back to the allocation.
Yeah, I can come back to you on the reasoning as to why we have all the notes compiled technically, but if we want to just evaluate this right now as is, like, you want to, let's say. Increase, yeah, you want to provide domestic conference and travel that also like works,
Yeah.
so.
Again, it's 5,266 for everything that's been suggested so far. If you want to go ahead, there needs to be a motion.
Yeah, is there anyone that, okay, just to kind of make things quicker as well, is there anyone that disagrees with that? Like, if we were to put that forth as a motion right now, is anyone gonna object? Joel? You would? You wanna give more, wanna talk about it?
I just feel like that's really high, especially since we don't even know which conference.
what do you suggest
What's
we?
fine?
Based on amount that we do.
5,000?
Yeah, 5,000.
Your question.
Do you have a new proposed amount or something to cut from?
Well, if you know, somebody can still make a motion.
Yeah.
But don't know why that was. Okay. Is there a motion or more discussion? Does Chris or anybody else want to make a motion?
Sure, what would I say? I moved this through.
No, I move to add $5,266, if that's the amount, to the HEFA's account for domestic conference and travel, technical professional services, the full amount, and 1,000 to student payroll and 16 benefits. But I mean, 5,266 to the HEFA's account in the specified line items.
Can we talk about it more? Cause,
Yeah.
so, cause we need to, yeah, before we make the motion.
Yeah.
I would just like to know like the breakdown, the 5,200, because I just don't, at least in my opinion, I think what Lydia kind of said in the beginning makes more sense that if there is a conference that they need to go to, maybe requesting it after makes more sense than just allocating it.
Okay, so I'll break it down again. So the 5,000, the increase in 5,000 was to, so it's to provide domestic conference and travel in full amount, technical and professional services in full amount, and then an increase in the student payroll by $1,000. So that's where that comes from.
Okay, so we're saying that out of the 5,000, okay, one second. Out of the 5,266, we're saying 3,000 of it is just for domestic and travel. Yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, if people want to. If they're more comfortable with it. Excuse me. You could break it down. You could say a motion to add 1,252 technical professional services. Pass that. And then a motion to add 1,000 to student payroll and 16 to benefits. Pass that. And then a motion to allocate 3,000 or whatever amount to domestic conference and travel.
Okay, wait, before we get into more discussion, technically, we can, what was I gonna say? Okay, unless there's a specific line item that you really want to talk about, like, oh, there's this one program that didn't get this one very specific line item. It might be useful to kind of look at it in terms of the total amount. So look at, for example, HEFAS at 20,000-ish. Like, is that a good amount for HEFAS or not? And then like, we can just discuss the amount, like, oh, maybe they deserve 25,000, then we give them 5,000, and then we can just kind of distribute the additional 5,000 however, and then they can make like line item transfers like around it if they need to, right? So I think a better way to reframe this conversation is HEFAS at 20,000. Is there like a specific amount that we feel like we want to, you know, because technically they could look at the 20,000 and go, oh, maybe we don't need all of this for payroll, and then, you know, so, yeah, Jax.
I think like the amount that Chris said, like 5,000 something, it seems like it aligns with how much they like used like previously as well. And also even if you look back line by line, like for payroll, like they used like, I don't know if I'm reading for it, but like they used 21,000 previously. So like, I feel like that 5,000 would like align it with how much they're using effectively. So I don't think it's too much. I feel like it would be like an adequate amount to add to the.
Yeah, if you look at the 22-23 actual spend, it's almost 5,000. I mean, it's almost 25,000 total. So it's not that different from what's being proposed.
Yeah. That is something to consider. Yes.
So if we say we're gonna make it 25,000, does that just be in general now?
Well, I
We
mean,
need to put it somewhere.
yeah, you would have to put it somewhere, but in terms of the decision making, like, should you really be taking a microscope and kind of going like, oh, but I really think an additional like 1,000 in this line item, you know, like, because they can move it around at the end of the day. So I think getting caught up in that is kind of, in a
Can
business.
we just put it in student payroll?
Well, the thing about happens is we kind of already spent time talking about distributing that like 5,000. So if you want to move forward with what was already proposed, because it was already proposed, you can.
I mean, if there are certain areas like Charlotte did specifically say, they would at least like the Technical Professional Services Act.
Right, yeah. So I guess in the case of HEPA, there was.
And then,
a specific
I mean-
mention for the line item.
I mean, they have used. It wasn't in the original budget, but they have done special allocation, they have used the money for conferences. Unless you have a strong objection to them going to a conference. They used 2,255. Last year. And they may use some this year, they haven't yet. 3,000 is a reasonable amount to go up from 2,255, so. You know, unless there's a strong reason to say no, I mean, it seems reasonable. To just fund the 5,266, the way that has been specified so far. Again, unless you've got a strong argument, a rational argument to say, no, that shouldn't happen. Based on what we're seeing, it's fine to do that. So,
Yeah, okay. Do we have a motion?
so, go ahead.
Yeah, can you repeat what I'm supposed to say again? Sorry.
So I move to add $5,266 to help us in the specified line items. I'll make sure it gets right.
Okay. I move to add $5,266 to help us. That's it, or?
You could say for student payroll, professional services and conference and travel.
For student payroll, technical and professional services, and domestic conference and travel.
Accept.
Oh, okay. Moved by Chris, seconded by Jenna. Any objections? No. Oh, okay.
All right, so let me update that real quick before we move on to what's the next one?
Laboos.
Which one did you get?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Votes. Next. We let scroll to where they are. If they're already there.
Wait, there's also what happens to help us now? So there's.
I updated the spreadsheet.
Oh. Oh,
There was no objection.
No, there was no objection. There was no objection.
I thought I heard
No,
you
that's
say
why
no objection.
No, I was like, oh, Joel objected, so that's
No.
why, I was kind of confused, I was like.
I didn't hear that part. Okay. Let me, let's do the vote then. Hold on. Isaac,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Hannah,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Asia,
Yes.
Joel.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Javier, oh, no, you're right. Ariana,
Yes.
Ian, yes. Megan, Matthew,
Yeah.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Richie.
Yes.
Leandre, yes. Christopher, Luke,
Yes.
Aaron,
No.
Ed,
Yes.
Ria, Daniela,
Not here.
Adrian,
Not here.
Jenna,
Yes.
Jason,
Not here.
Okay. Nicholas,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Not here.
okay, Kate,
Yes.
okay. Well, motion passes with,
One no.
yeah. Make sure we get the total down. 19 yes to 1 no.
All right, so we're moving on to those.
Okay, so that's both.
All right, so, Matthew, the vote, right, in the amount of $3,000, that was the initial suggestion,
Yes.
so, yeah.
So I do think that I heard the argument in terms of payroll that Lobo shouldn't have payroll because they're a class. However, I don't think it's a black and white issue. I think it's more of a gray area because in a traditional class, it's usually all for the benefit of the student and the students of the project, and so the professor can, grade it and they get credits. However, even Lobos, though Lobos is a class, they do provide a public service for the students in the terms of their newspaper. It's one of the most accessible ways to learn about what's happening in our school that might not happen elsewhere. Also, we have been funding domestic travel and conferences, including a marine biology field trip. So I do also think we should add to their domestic conference and travel because it was specifically requested by them at the budget or comment.
See,
I kind of just wanted to respond to what you said about, how they're providing a service to Dianza. You're not wrong, but at the same time, Lebosa's reach, people, I know people, I know people, they know about Lebos, but they don't really particularly care. So I don't know for student payroll, if that's the consideration. I don't really think they're offering a direct service where the students who are in the class, who are making the articles, I don't think they're not benefiting by not being paid for their time because again, it is a class. So I would understand it with something else. If it's external, it's a separate word kind of attached with the Dianza. That's not necessarily class, but I just don't think that their reach is makes it valid enough to say that they should get payroll.
ESAT is going to bring up the request so we can see exactly what it was before. What does it say on it?
newsroom assistant and business manager.
So payroll was for newsroom assistant and business manager. Does it give more of a description or did you get more information about that?
Here. Not that much more. I think this is that the job title.
While we're at it, could we also look at the part of the request for the conference?
Sure thing. Yeah, here we go. Journalism conferences. Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, to reply to Akia, I do think your argument makes sense, and also the fact that they want it for only one position with newsroom assistant. And since they can't do line item transfers, maybe we could add $3,000 to their conference budget because they did specifically ask for that. And even adding $3,000 kind of almost puts them at what they asked.
Yeah, I also agree with Matthew because she gave a good example about the marine biology thing. That's not necessarily something that contributes to our campus, but it really helps our students have a certain experience that not many students do. And this is something that Levels does. It's an introduction time.
Yeah, I just want to add to when they were up here, I took note that for their domestic conference and travel, they said students paid up to $150 out of pocket and were still not able, were still low on funds. And Levos, they're in particular with their domestic conference and travel, it's used quite a bit because they actually go to national conferences and they win awards and stuff too. If you really read about Levos, they're they have a lot of accolades too. So I think we should still continue funding that because it brings something for students.
Yeah, and the fact that they go to national conferences and win, like a huge number of awards, and they come and showcase it, to the ENSA also is like a reminder that it's like a wide sort of thing that we are showing the ENSA as. It's not only, levels is not only for the ENSA students, so if our reach isn't that good over here, or people just don't really care, then that's just on them, and we're still making an impact.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just would add, I would advocate, that we do fund their conference. As you know, we live in a frightening world right now where journalism is, under attack. And so if this is going to help, train and develop the next generation of good journalism, then I think that would be worth our while.
Okay, it seems a lot of support for funding LeBeau's. Is there anyone that's against funding LeBeau's?
Or at least for domestic.
Yeah, for domestic.
Some additional amount. Does somebody have a motion or a specific dollar amount to add to LeBeau's domestic conference and travel?
I think Rinchi had a question.
So just to recap, just I think we're kind of confused on what we're exactly doing. So we have, so finance recommended $9,000, right, for this photo.
Wait, let me pull it up. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, so
Yeah.
are we trying to, are we like trying to add more to the sort of payroll, or what are we trying to touch on?
Domestic conference and travel. Some amount, 3,000, I can suggest so far. But there's no motion yet.
Yeah, I just wondering if you think.
Wait, do you want a motion just for travel and then come back to having a motion for something else, or should we discuss first?
That doesn't make it more. I mean, if people are ready for at least that, we can do that.
No, okay.
I mean, just because we're finished with one item, doesn't mean we're done with the other. We still have one.
I see, okay. Okay,
So
now,
far, it sounds like so much company travel on their feet.
okay, can I get a motion for some amount for domestic and travel then?
Can I ask a question first?
Okay, sure.
If we don't fund the full amount for domestic conference and travel, but we do fund some, are they able to come back if they need more through
Yes.
special education?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anyone could do that.
Yes.
I move to add $3,000 to LeBeau's domestic conference and travel line item.
Is there a second, please? Moved by Matthew, up 3,500, right? Was it? Or 3,000?
3,000.
3,000, yeah. So moved by Matthew, seconded by Kaylin. Are there any objections? No objections, so that passes. So that's only for domestic conference and travel. Do we want to add anything else for any other item, or is that it for those? Does anyone want to bring a conversation for something else?
No.
No? Yes, no?
Okay, what's the next item?
Okay,
So just a quick time check. It is 8:15. We do need to be out of this room by 9. So I'm gonna suggest that we try to wrap up in the next 15-20 minutes because we still have to clean and, get it. And if you all need to use restrooms and stuff. So,
And, I mean, it's okay if we don't get through the whole thing, we can continue where we left off and engage.
but that
So-
just pushes it back another, Senate meeting because it does need 2 votes.
So what's next on the end?
Office of Equity, 15,000.
Okay. Office of.
I think that was Hannah, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be like. 16 minutes.
Well, where she go? She went out. So there. We just skip that. Should we skip that for now?
How many goes to that?
That one got 8, but Hannah was the one that,
So the first 2 were 9, that means 8, the next one is what?
8, and then 7, 7, 6, 6, 5.
I don't know, do we know how long it's gonna be?
Why don't we just move on to the next
Something
one?
like person.
Yes.
Okay, ICC. So ICC 4,000.
Joel?
Joel.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so ICC. Add 4,000, where, what, when, why, who, how?
You put here for the document.
Yeah, yeah.
There's 22 ICCs. On page 4. Page 4.
Yeah, page 4. So it's like the only thing on page 4, ICC just the entire page.
Yeah, man.
Can I divide the four? Can I divide the four?
You can do whatever you want.
Can I do two?
And it doesn't even have to be 4. It could be, 5, 3. But yeah, 4 was just the number you threw out earlier just to get it on the list.
Or you can like allocate $1 if you want.
Can I do two back here? And then one for us on 5.
For which one? Food and refreshment?
Yeah, two to
They only request 5, so you can add 1 to it.
Oh, I use it. And then
So 1 for food and refreshments, and what was the other one?
can I do that? Add it to the technical.
Wait. Technical involvement, technical professional, how much?
The rest, the three.
Oh, 3. Okay, so 1 for food and refreshments and 3 for technical professionals. Okay, that's what it's.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty reasonable. Can I get a motion?
Can I just ask why first?
Huh?
Why?
I can't put it in the other one there because.
Yeah, but why are you adding whatever you're adding to those students?
Because I sadly cut the scholarship.
You don't have to.
I mean, I don't have to, but I just think it'd be just, and then I cut it so it has the leftover amount, so why can't I add that back into my pot?
I mean, you can, it's just kind of like, you don't add something just cause, like. if
I mean,
you
I'm not
feel
gonna
like-
add something just cause, but it's like, I feel like if I'm cutting their scholarship, I'm gonna go back to funding the program.
No, I know, I completely understand that, but it's more of like, do you feel like there's like a need there specifically? Or,
I mean, I think I wanted it in the special allocation, but I don't know, that is it.
Huh?
I said I wanted it in the club. I just.
Now just funded entirely.
Exactly, yeah, so I can't.
I mean, do you feel like there's a need for those items, like?
I mean, it always could be used. I mean, like, if we're talking about like actual events, like, it could be used, it's just we're digging out of like other pots.
Yeah.
Especially for wholesome.
If you wanna add it, why not add it to supplies and promotional items? I feel like that's what ICC would use it the most for, out of all of these items. Like, I'm not part of ICC, but I'm just saying, out of what's listed here, and you wanna use it, those would probably be the 2 most likely. There you go.
Okay, so you want to add it to, what was it, supplies?
No, but we said motion.
Yes, fine. Okay. So you want to make the motion, or?
Yeah. I'm so confused. Like, you know, like,
What? Sorry.
I'm confused on the.
On a motion for wherever you want to add whatever.
Yeah.
As long as it's not over the request.
Yeah.
And I make a difference to have 1,000 students, food and refreshment, 1,000 to supply, and 2,000 to technical and professional services.
So 1,000 for food. 1,000 for supplies?
Yeah.
And 2,000 for technical professional?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it's what, so
4,000. So 4,000 total. We added to ICC. 1,000 is food, 1,000 supplies, and 2,000 technical professional. Was that a motion?
No.
Okay, so.
Oh, yeah, can I get a
Joel,
second? Nico.
I second.
Okay, moved by Joel, seconded by Nico. Are there any objections? Jenna? Objection? Okay.
All right. Okay, add 4,000 to ICC. Isaac? The vote.
Oh,
Add 4,000 to
yes.
ICC. Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Isaac?
Yes.
Hannah?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Sia?
Yes.
Joel? Ariana?
Yes.
Ian?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Matthew? Benjamin?
Yes.
Verici?
Yes.
Leandre? What was that?
Yes.
Yes. Christopher Blue?
Yes.
Aaron?
No.
No. Okay, Ted?
Yes.
Rita?
Yes.
Yes. Jana?
No.
Jason?
Not here.
Huh?
Not here.
Nicholas?
Yes.
Kate?
Yes.
Okay. The motion passes 18-2.
Okay. I guess, should we go back to Office of Equity then, or?
Yeah.
Alright, so Office of Equity?
Yeah, I want to revisit my amount because I looked at the spreadsheet in detail. They didn't spend anything previously, so I just wanna ask for 1,000 increase instead of I don't know what I previously asked for, specifically only for the payroll, just because in their comments, they said they wanna expand student positions. And then they can come and ask for more if they want more.
You can,
I mean, yeah, you can suggest 1,000, and yes, anyone could come to press hockey later if they need.
Even for student positions, right?
Huh?
For, I mean, for student payroll too?
I mean, yeah, you can request special allocations for anything, I mean, anything to
Okay.
keep up. So, yeah, so is there a motion to add 1,000 then?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's 1,000 for student payroll,
yes.
and, okay, and then, whatever the amount is spent against somebody, stuff like that. So that would make it.
can I ask for the second?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Can I get a second? So moved by Hannah, seconded by Megan. Are there any objections? Do you want to object? Or- The motion to add 1,000 to payroll, Office of Equity.
1,000 to payroll and 15 to benefits.
Yeah, does anyone want to object? Okay. All right.
Do you object because you object?
Can I just kind of, I don't get the rush now of getting, like, why do you still need 1,000 branches? I think 500.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they said that they want to expand the student season and they need more help in their comments. And they actually do not have like any, I think, from what I know of, any student positions helping them. You said they have one, Oh, my bad. They need another one. That's what they said. I mean, I do have. Yeah.
Wait, have we been funding them in the past year? Because
They can ask for more. They can come in and ask.
I don't
What
see
can you say?
anything.
Do you want anything or do you want to give them more?
They can ask for more once you come out. So what are you giving them 1,000? And asking for more?
So they have 5,000 so far, so he's asking to add 1,000 new then.
Yeah, for an extra, for like an extra student, but we don't know how much that student costs. Why can't they just?
Well,
come
no,
in?
again, don't worry about dollar amounts, or I mean, number of students or hours or any of that. So worry about $1,000 additional for hours.
The thing is that even if it doesn't afford a whole new intern, the intern that they currently have can work more hours if that's the case.
Yeah, don't worry about hours or number of people.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay, so, okay, just that's right there. So,
Yeah.
Again.
We never had people consensus, I guess, because or else we would have just not funded it. I think it came up when we just. So is there any objections to $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, $1,000 of payroll.
And 15 depends.
Yeah.
So that's an additional 1,000 for payroll for all their equity and an additional $15 for them.
Then
Okay, what's the next account?
Emoja,
Promotion. Okay.
Emoja tentative amount was 8,000. That was who? Ariana.
I just think that Moja, Black community is one that's highly underrepresented in our campus community. Like there's nobody from that community on Senate at all. So I just think we should contribute as much to this community as we can. That was mine. Yeah.
8,000, do you have a specific, specific items or that's just invent? Okay.
Additional 18 student payroll. And so that'll be an additional 125 in that.
Are you okay with just putting it all in payroll then, or?
So no, it would be 8,000 in student payroll and 125 additional in benefits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because she said 8,000 for Umoja in total, right? She didn't have like a specific item that to like put it in.
So 8,125. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I want to make sure that she's okay with putting it in payroll first, because like, I don't know if she had like any other items in mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said this.
Oh,
When you asked, you said payroll.
Oh, did you say payroll?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, my bad then. That was on the, yeah.
So add 8,000 to payroll and 125 to benefits, if that's what you were suggesting. Okay, so we would need a motion.
Yep.
I have a question. What does hourly benefits contribute? Like,
Uh,
it goes to the student.
Well, for students, it's not much, but you know, for other people, it will be things like social security taxes and all that kind of stuff. You know, things like that is what that is.
It's automatic, the district bills it.
For student employees, it's about 1.52%. So, yeah, we just have to calculate it for any kind of payroll, to payroll relief, it's 1.52%.
So I moved to approve 8,125 to Moja.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, is there a second?
To add.
Hannah,
I second.
moved by Ariana, seconded by Hannah. Is there an objection? Hannah, Jana?
I have a question. I don't know if it would be an objection. Okay, because like, based on spreadsheet, it looks like they didn't really use all the money they were allocated. I was wondering if you have any further information on like the program, why they didn't use it.
Nico, can you see? You should have sit down. But okay, it's fine. You're already there. Can you pull up Mojo?
Yeah,
Okay,
So focus just on student payroll.
yeah.
it's just based on how much they spent in the fall quarter and in this. Fall quarter.
Oh, so the 8,000 was based on that they have shown a need this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so that explains the reason.
Yeah.
Are there any objections then? Ethan has.
Oh, yeah. Are there any objections? Yeah.
I feel like it's, like, I don't disagree with giving them more, but I don't know about like 8,000. Just because then it's like, well, then shouldn't we be giving other programs also more to like? I don't know, I just feel like it's a back and forth, so I don't know about like 8,000, but I definitely think more, but. Yeah, so that's why I'm.
Is it possible to see from their budget request for what they want to use the payroll for?
It's for peer mentor slash tutor and peer work.
What? What was it?
3 peer mentor slash tutor and 1 peer worker.
And what was the last one?
Peer worker.
Oh, peer worker.
I'm gonna
Office,
assume like office
like,
administrative, like, yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
I think it's because you mentioned like, it's what better to be tutored by somebody your age.
Or.
That's what he said, like, I think that's why he said peer mentor slash tutor.
So at this point, because there's been an objection, we either need to just, go and have a formal vote, or, somebody can make an amendment. Okay, I'll get the vote table right in this. This was. Okay, so the motion is to add 8,125 to Umoja. That's 8,000 for payroll and 125 for benefits. Isaac? No. Izan?
No.
Hannah?
Yes.
Caitlin?
No.
Asia?
No.
Joel? Oh, is he still there?
Not here.
Ariana?
Yes.
Ian? No. Megan?
Yes.
What was that?
Yes.
Yes. Matthew?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Okay.
No. Barinci?
No.
Leandre?
No.
Christopher Blue?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Ted?
Yes.
Bria?
No.
Jana?
Yes.
Nicholas?
No.
Kate?
No.
Okay, so that was 8 yes to 11 no, motion fails. Is there another dollar amount for Umoja, or should we go on to the next account?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering if something fails, or like, I think earlier also there was one where there's an objection, like, are we gonna return to these programs again later, or?
No, I mean, like I said, somebody could make motion for another amount now, If there's an objection as well, so I'm not sure which one we're talking about really. But, so we can have another motion for another amount right now, otherwise we just move on to the next account.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an instruction for Clefos earlier or?
Yeah, we voted on that.
Let's see, Jen, your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can I make an amendment to the?
Well, no.
The majority.
Okay, but then. Okay, so I guess I'll just make a motion. Fund like 2,000.
Okay.
I was gonna make a motion to fund.
Oh, yeah.
4,000?
Then the hourly benefit.
Okay.
I have a question. Did you have any other reasons, like, for why you would want to fund them more? Because if you can see from last year, we fund them $5,940 for student payroll, and your motion would bring this up to 12,000, which is more than double. And from the 2022 to 2023, they left $1,040 unspent. So was there a specific reason?
Yeah, I wanna add, 2,000 to technical and professional services. Because they asked for 3,000, but if, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but did they not ask for anything in the previous year? And this is the first year they asked for it?
For what?
Which?
For technical and professional services.
Um,
Because it's 0,000.
well, that just means they didn't get it.
Yeah.
You'd have to go to the budget website to look at the previous year's applications to see if they requested it or not.
Yeah, I think Lydia was also asking specifically on the dollar amount for $8,000 additional.
Well, no, she's now, it's 4,000.
For the payroll.
Oh, yeah,
Or, well, no, but you think it's not all for payroll? Or what?
because originally it was all for payroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wanna do 2,000 here and then 2,000 in payroll.
Oh, okay. So.
Okay, so we've got two potential.
Sorry?
Can I second that? or-
Wait, no, because Lisa was right behind you and she raised her
I
hand.
just have a quick comment.
Yeah.
Because within a budget, they can always ask for line item transfers within that budget, right? So if they really feel during the year that they want to use some of what's been allocated for another category of expense, they can request that without having to come back for additional funding. I just wanted to let
And
everyone know that.
if they don't want to move money around, they can have to request additional. So those are both options, but you can also give them more now.
Okay, sorry, so there was a motion on the floor or?
Well, I mean, technically, Asia made the motion first. Is there a second? It was just 2,002 payroll, right?
Wait, is it possible? Can I change my motion or do I do this? Like, just, I was just gonna say to technical and professional services instead of payroll, the 2,000.
Oh, okay. No one seconded it. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys want to agree on an amount first before like that? I don't want to.
Was there a second for Steve's motion?
Oh, I was trying to second. Adam's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically, Steve made a motion first, so. Is there this, so what, so let's just go, what is your motion, Asia? And we'll give some seconds.
Okay, wait, I was saying 2,000 to technical and professional services, but. Like, I guess I could just do the same motion as Hannah, since I was also thinking 2,000 to payroll, so it's like the same thing. Anyway, so. I guess I'll just steal her motion.
2,000 for payroll, 2,000 for tech and professional services, and then the appropriate amount for hourly benefits.
Hannah, I wanted to ask them, because you said it was for the technical and professional. So why are we funding 2,000 to payroll? Yeah, but I'm just not. I don't understand why you
Because
want.
they asked for it,
But they all asked for it.
but I don't know, because.
I just don't think there's a reason for it.
Hey.
Yeah.
So. Asia's motion got made and seconded, correct? I think. Did it?
It got made. Was there a second?
Was there a second?
Oh, oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I thought, but I.
No, because there was like conversation and then she was
Yeah.
shaking her head, but I was just waiting for the conversation. Yeah, okay. So, okay, that's
Yeah.
the second. Is there an objection? Or,
Well, I don't, like, yeah, okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, so it was motion by Asia, seconded by Jana. Now, are there any objections?
So just to make it clear, it's add 2,000 to student payroll. Add $30 to benefits and add 2,000 to technical professional services. Okay, so that's the motion.
Any objections? No objections? Okay, it passes. All right, moving on. We are going to lead. So who forwarded lead $2,000? Who's representing lead here? Does anyone want?
So it is time check. I think we need to wrap up because it's already
Yeah.
45. Can you tell us about how much more? How many more council?
There you go, 4 more.
What are they?
Lead, Pride Center, Veterans Athletics. Okay.
I get them done in 5 minutes?
No.
All right, I think we're just gonna have to pick up next Wednesday.
So I'm trying to remember exactly here. Yeah, I think that's what I mean. So instead of like maybe call for a 15-minute recess or something, we have to recess until 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Sure.
I'm going to recess the meeting.
A second.
Hold
Well,
on.
I haven't said it.
Oh, we have to finish.
I'm going to recess the meeting until 4 p.m. February 14th on Wednesday.
Valentine's Day.
Can I get a second?
I don't think.
Let's see a second. Any objections? No, okay, motion passes.
For next Wednesday's dinner, please let me know, otherwise I will just.